Enforcement Directorate made it very clear that he will not be joining even one summon of Enforcement Directorate. On all the summons, he said that all
there you have live images coming in of Arvind Kejriwal just walking in as he's been brought by the ED officers into the Rouse Avenue court. This is going to be a big hearing, a remand hearing, where it's going to be taken up whether he will remain in ED custody or not. And that will also eventually establish whether the Aam Aadmi Party would want to take this up with the Supreme Court. In fact, an appeal that they had already made at the Supreme Court has been withdrawn. As Abhishek Manu Singhvi has said, the advocate, the counsel for Arvind Kejriwal in this case, that they're going to wait for the remand hearing as it clashes. So they will first complete the remand hearing at the Rouse Avenue court in Delhi, and only then, if needed, approach the Supreme Court. Arvind Kejriwal there spent a night with ED in lockup. Aam Aadmi Party says he will continue governance even if he's in jail, will work as the Chief Minister. He's got basic facilities that was given to him. Preeti Chaudhary is also with me in the studio. Preeti, breakfast, coffee, tea, he's had good dinner, so he seems to have rested well. Not too sure, can't speculate on his mental stability right now, but the fact that he's spent a night in lockup, the first Chief Minister, sitting Chief Minister to be taken into custody like that.
But you know, Hemant Soren was also taken into custody.
He resigned.
But he was also arrested as a sitting Chief Minister and then he resigned. But having said that, Nabila, he spent the night at the ED headquarters last evening. What we can expect right now that the Enforcement Directorate will ask for a 10-day police custody of Arvind Kejriwal, ED custody of Arvind Kejriwal, and in all probability it would be given if you look at past precedents, because it happened in the case of Manish Sisodia, it's happened in the case of Sanjay Singh on similar grounds that they were taken in. What the ED will of course ask the remand for, the reasons that it will ask the remand for Arvind Kejriwal, well, primarily on grounds of seeking custody would be that statements of the staff of K. Kavita, one of them has turned approver, where it comes down to Sarath Reddy, Sameer Mahindru, Raghav Reddy. All of their statements will be used today in court, asking for a 10-day remand at least for Arvind Kejriwal. Now there will be a certain amount of technical evidence also, which the Enforcement Directorate will put forth. The ED to also mention the phone conversations of Arvind Kejriwal with Sameer Mahindru, in which Arvind Kejriwal allegedly at that point of time had said, Vijay Nair is my boy, you can trust him. You know, you've heard that multiple times over the course of conversations. Right. Now, they will also try and say that they have evidence of a possible money trail linking it to the party. You know, what's important to note here is that Arvind Kejriwal is also the man who heads the party. Yeah. You know, he's the convener of the party. So if you're going to link to the party, it actually leads to his doorstep.
Their office bearers, naturally responsibility comes on the senior leadership. They also might ask. But the investigation has been on for 2 years. Not a single rupee as proceeds of the crime has been recovered. No substantial money trail has been identified. And this is precisely the grounds basis which that Manish Sisodia has also asked for bail even in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court at that point too, even with regards to Manish Sisodia, have highlighted that there is really no money trail that's been established. So where is the crime here?
Well, you know, they're going to say that they have enough proof. They will also say that they might want to confront Arvind Kejriwal with K. Kavita and establish what the ED is investigating, 100 crore bribe trail. Now, you know, there are multiple ways to look at it. At one end, of course, the Supreme Court in a Manish Sisodia hearing had made it very clear, which the Aam Aadmi Party uses as defense, that there is no real evidence and it's debatable whether the 100 crore exchanged hands. So you'll see every time the Aam Aadmi Party is asked, they say, but this has been what the Supreme Court says. The Supreme Court asked the ED, where is, you know, it's debatable whether 100 crores exchanged hands. Where is the evidence? On the other hand, in Manish Sisodia's bail plea as well, when it came down to the 300 crore money trail, at that point of time, the Supreme Court had said that's tentatively established. So you'll see a lot of BJP spokesperson come and pick that part of the Supreme Court hearing, you know, on Manish Sisodia's bail, saying, listen, the Supreme Court said that the money trail is tentatively established. However, it's now up to the Enforcement Directorate. A key player in this, Nabila, will prove to be, and I'm sure Shreya Chatterjee can add on this with her ED sources, being confronted with K. Kavita, because the last arrest has been with K. Kavita, and primarily that has led to a sequential arrest of Arvind Kejriwal where the 100 rupee money trail is concerned. So the ED today will definitely ask at the Rouse Avenue in front of the PMLA court judge that, listen, we need to confront him with K. Kavita, who's already under arrest, and that's why we need a further remand of at least 10 days. She's also kept in
the same complex right now.
Exactly, for 10 days. So all of that will be used. What we can expect, this will be routine. I don't see the Aam Aadmi Party seeking any reprieve, or like in terms of course, they're seeking reprieve, or the Aam Aadmi Party getting any reprieve. The Aam Aadmi Party has made its peace with that. So they're going to wait this out, and then they're going to chart their next course of legal action, because what we are going to see now is going to be routine. He will, in all probabilities, be given ED custody or ED remand for the next 10 days.
10 days
is what the ED is going to
ask. ED is seeking a 10-day custody, and what we see of Sanjay Singh, it's been a few months that he's still in prison, same as Manish Sisodia.
Manish Sisodia will be February to now. He was arrested in February last year, so it's over a year. It's been in May, it will be 2 years for Satyendra Jain. It's longer for Vijay Nair. So if you do look at it in that context, you know what the Aam Aadmi Party is saying. So from number 1 to number 4, all their top leadership is under arrest. You have Arvind Kejriwal, you have Manish Sisodia, you have Sanjay Singh, you have Satyendra Jain, and then you have the strategist Vijay Nair, all of them in jail.
Though Satyendra Jain is in a different case.
Yeah. Yes, but ultimately
all corruption cases.
But
all of
them are in jail where the Aam Aadmi Party's top leadership is concerned. True. What will be interesting in times to come? If you have Shreya Chatterjee, you could go to her.
We're going to try and track her, but just as we patch her live, Preeti, we know that for now, what Arvind Kejriwal says, this is politically motivated, and the timing of which is what is being questioned right ahead of Lok Sabha elections. So we're going to see Arvind Kejriwal completely off the campaign trail. He's not going to be campaigning for the AAP. It's a national party, a newly formed national party, and they're buzzing with energy. What is this going to do to the party itself?
You know, this is the biggest test for the Aam Aadmi Party. You were expecting Arvind Kejriwal to go to jail for the last couple of months. We heard it every day. This will be the litmus test for the Aam Aadmi Party, because this is for the first time that the face of the Aam Aadmi Party, the key troubleshooter of the Aam Aadmi Party, the key campaigner of the Aam Aadmi Party has been taken under arrest. Till now, there was a division of labor where the Aam Aadmi Party was concerned. You had an Aatishi and a Saurabh Bhardwaj who were looking at the concerns and the running of the national capital, the government. You had an Arvind Kejriwal who was looking at expanding the party's footprint to push forth where the India Alliance is concerned. Also, he's not just the voice of the Aam Aadmi Party. Now he's also a key campaigner for the India Alliance.
Yeah.
What will happen tomorrow? Because yes, you're going to run the government, but you have elections to fight where 7 seats in the national capital are concerned. You have 13 seats in Punjab, you have 1 in Haryana, you have 1 in Gujarat. Who is going to be your vote catcher? Bhagwant Mann, we're going to hear from him very shortly in Nabila. He's going to hold a press conference after meeting Arvind Kejriwal's parents. Will now have to step into the shoes of an Arvind Kejriwal. Till now, Bhagwant Mann was always a second to Arvind Kejriwal. Now, he is the only pan-India face or a chief minister face that the Aam Aadmi Party has.
Really?
So Bhagwant will have to really carry a lot more weight in terms of campaigning.
Raghav Chadda, Aatishi, Saurabh Bhardwaj, aren't they
an Aatishi and a Saurabh... No, it's not caliber as much. It's about how you have positioned your party people. Aatishi and a Saurabh Bhardwaj, have now been entailed and given the charge of running Delhi. You have to run Delhi, and it's very challenging for the Aam Aadmi Party to run Delhi, because we've seen the constant tussle with the LG. The bureaucracy really doesn't report to you anymore. That's a separate battle that they end up fighting. So you've got to make sure that you're running the national capital. Aatishi has been practically without the designation of a deputy chief minister. She's practically running all, and she has the portfolios.
Pulling the weight. Both of them are pulling the weight.
She has the portfolios of Manish Sisodia. So she doesn't have the designation, but she's stepped into that role. Saurabh Bhardwaj is ably assisting her in terms of strategy, in terms of how to plan an election. The back-end boy is a Sandeep Pathak. He's going to be the brain behind how many. All right, the hearing is started at the Rouse Avenue Court.
Do we have Shreya Chatterjee or Nalini? If we could patch them live, we're going to try and get them. But in the meanwhile, the hearing has begun. This is the latest that we get from the Rouse Avenue Court, where Arvind Kejriwal has been brought in by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, this time, the allegations are one notch more than what they already have, that he may be snooping around on central government officers. ED officers, intelligence reports have been given to Arvind Kejriwal, and that document has been found from Kejriwal's residence. So that's another allegation that's now been leveled against him, and it's a serious allegation is what we hear, Preeti.
Well, it is definitely a very serious allegation, but I doubt whether it will have any bearing on the remand that is being sought today. Because the remand is going to be sought on the basis of what the evidence on the court is and why the ED will need to explain in court why they need Arvind Kejriwal in ED remand. And the reasons we just detailed, the statements of K. Kavita's staff that they might want to confront him with K. Kavita, technical evidence in terms of whether there is a money trail which links to the party because he's the party convener, all of that, is going to come into question. But, coming back on what this really means and why is this such an identity crisis of sorts, or the biggest test for the Aam Aadmi Party, is the sheer fact, which I told you also, how the division of labor has happened. So Sandeep Pathak is a strategy man. Who is the one who's going to be the face of your campaign, of your party, of your alliance, where what your representation of your party is concerned? It's been Arvind Kejriwal. And, trust me, the party has made it very clear, and it was something which was decided right from the word go. What has happened is, Nabila,
a quick update there as court begins hearing. It appears the court has granted permission to Kejriwal to counter with his lawyers ahead of the hearing. So there's going to be an actual debate now.
Well, what I'm getting to understand is that Abhishek Manu Singhvi, along with his entire set of lawyers, are all meeting with Arvind Kejriwal now. So they're going to also apprise him, because doubt if Arvind Kejriwal even knows that the party withdrew, its petition in Supreme Court today. So I think they're going to apprise him. They're going to consult with him. Arvind Kejriwal is one person who actually sits in on the meetings in terms of what his legal team is concerned. He's all in, as a chief minister, as what the legal strategy is. So all of this has always, also resonated in terms of that he's practically run the show.
In that case, if he's so well entrenched on what's going to pan out legally, I'm very surprised that he skipped 9 ED summons. He calls them, a blanket statement that this is illegal. It's not as per law. I'm not going to adhere to any of those summons. I mean, he can't be bigger than the law.
Well, that's definitely a point of view which the Aam Aadmi Party will need to battle. It's a perception battle, because Arvind Kejriwal has skipped these summons on the basis of that they were illegal.
Right.
And he's not the first one to do it.
Manish also joining us as the hearing has just begun. Manish, the ED has brought Arvind Kejriwal to the Rouse Avenue court. The hearing is just about to begin, and it appears it's going to be a face-off there between the ED counsel as well as Arvind Kejriwal's.
Yeah, well, Nabila, the hearing has begun, and at this point of time, as we speak, Arvind Kejriwal is speaking to his lawyers. He has been granted permission to confer with his lawyers, and Abhishek Manu Singhvi is, is appearing on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal. And yesterday also, we saw that Arvind Kejriwal, on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal, Abhishek Manu Singhvi was appearing before the High Court. Now, the legal strategy is being planned by Arvind Kejriwal's lawyers. Now, the strategy is going to be extremely important for Aam Aadmi Party, because ED's strategy is very clear. They are going to seek custody of 10 days for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. And ED has prepared the grounds. There are 4 important points as far as ED's remand copy is concerned. There are going to be at least 5 to 6 statements, and these statements will find mention in the remand copy.
Right.
The statements of Sharath Reddy, one of the accused in the case, the statements of Raghav Reddy, who has turned approver in the case, and his statement is, Nabila, going to be extremely important, because he is someone who has taken Arvind Kejriwal's name. He is someone who has given bribe of rupees 25 crore after speaking to K. Kavita on behalf of the South Cartel. And according to Raghav Reddy, in his statement before the magistrate and before the Enforcement Directorate, he has said that he was fully aware that the money is going to Aam Aadmi Party, and Arvind Kejriwal is on board as far as this entire excise policy is concerned. Again, one statement is of K. Kavita's staffer is going to be important. He is someone who has said that he was someone who delivered 2 bags full of cash to a person called Vinod, and it was later given to Vijay Nair of Aam Aadmi Party. So one part is about the statement. The second part is going to be the technical evidence in the case, because it is not only relying on the statements, as far as ED has recorded, but also the technical evidence. And in the technical evidence part, they are going to mention Arvind Kejriwal's alleged phone conversation with one of the accused, Samir Mahendru, in which Samir Mahendru said that Vijay Nair is my boy, you can trust him. Now ED is indicating that someone of the position
by and large,
of Chief Minister
Manish,
of the national capital,
by and large, all based on evidence in terms of statements, basically statements that have been made or taken into record by many of those people who have been taken into custody or who are being investigated. Some of them who are turned approvers, their testimonies are basis which Arvind Kejriwal has now been taken into custody. I also have Moshmi joining us right outside the Rouse Avenue Court. We also have Piyush. Moshmi, a quick word. We know that India Bloc allies, be it Mamata Banerjee or MK Stalin from Tamil Nadu, they've condemned the arrest. In fact, Mamata Banerjee has further said they're going to approach the Election Commission against the arrest. Right in time for elections, 4 weeks to go, April 19th, that Lok Sabha elections begin. So they question the timing of this, asking the Election Commission to step in.
Right, Nabila. So we are outside Rouse Avenue Court, and as far as the legal battle is being fought in the court, but the political battle is being fought in the streets as it comes. The arrest of Arvind Kejriwal, a sitting chief minister, when the model code of conduct is in place as far as, the first phase is concerned. The nominations are being filed, and importantly, the election dates for the Lok Sabha elections have been announced. So the opposition, as you said, the India Bloc would be making, hammering in that point when they rake it up with several agencies, whether it's the Supreme Court or the Election Commission, and not only, in fact, DMK or TMC, even Hemant Soren, we saw the social media message in support of Arvind Kejriwal, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, all of them have been rallying behind and against the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. So this is a big unity point for the opposition, perhaps a trigger to come together. We will have to wait and see how that really pans out. But really the road ahead for Arvind Kejriwal, as Munish has pointed out, is not very easy. And he's been in the court. The hearing is on. We are told that he was allowed to meet his lawyers as the proceedings are underway.
Right.
Remember, he was arrested yesterday and didn't get a chance to consult his lawyers. He sought permission for that. That has been granted, and currently that meeting is underway.
Moshmi, if this is going to help the India Bloc allies to come together as one united front, do we know if Rahul Gandhi is going to be visiting the family members of Arvind Kejriwal? Who else from the India Bloc as their allies have come in to soothe the family members? Any assurances given to Arvind Kejriwal's wife and children?
Right, so the update really is that there is no official word from the Congress as far as Rahul Gandhi meeting the family members is concerned. There was a lot of buzz in the morning that he would go and meet them. Rahul Gandhi is very much in Delhi. He was present in the CEC meeting of the Congress party. Then he held a closed-door meeting with Mallikarjun Kharge. So perhaps a strategy is being chalked out how the India allies can come together on this one. But, very vocal support from the Congress since yesterday. All the state heads or perhaps the regional heads and Delhi President Arvind, lovely Sandeep Dixit, a usual Arvind Kejriwal beta. We saw them all in support of Kejriwal yesterday, and BJP used it to slam the Congress's doublespeak. But clearly politics is in full swing. A little update from the court, as you know that as the hearing is underway, Abhishek Manu Singhvi will be representing Arvind Kejriwal, and he will be arguing here at the court. As far as As far as the hearing is concerned, Arvind Kejriwal entered the court and then he got some minutes with his lawyers, and clearly, they will be pitching in their best foot forward. They know that this is a big moment. It could be a turning point not only for Arvind Kejriwal but for the entire Aam Aadmi Party, and that's why we see that even the Punjab Chief Minister is in Delhi and will be holding a presser shortly after meeting the family members. Nabila.
Moshmi, interestingly, when Arvind Kejriwal skipped summons, 9 times he skipped ED summons, there was a comment he made that the ED is investigating this and are after me issuing summons because I have entered into an alliance with the Congress party, that I am part of the India bloc, which is why I am being targeted. These were words of Arvind Kejriwal.
Right, so Nabila, clearly Arvind Kejriwal has left no stone unturned. If you look at the political timeline, his arrest doesn't come as a surprise to Arvind Kejriwal. Many would wonder that why was he found at the CM's residence, unlike Hemant Soren, who gave an ED a run for quite a while. Arvind Kejriwal was arrested after questioning, after the ED arrived from his official residence. So Arvind Kejriwal has been playing the political pitch right from the start, whether it was backing Manish Sisodia, whether it was backing Sanjay Singh, or whether it was talking about the political vendetta against his party when the scam held in no merit. So clearly Arvind Kejriwal knew that this was coming. He read between the lines. He knew the writing was writ large on the wall. And remember, it was JP Nadda who slammed Arvind Kejriwal and said, "Tu idhar udhar ki baat na kar, tu ye bata ki kafila kyun luta." So clearly the BJP had been doing a tit for tat. The verbal war was on, and this is the climax of the entire liquor scam. It is the climax of the AAP versus BJP.
But does it end with Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, or will there be more skeletons tumbling out of the closet? Well, it's a question that we've got to wait and watch as we follow very closely the happenings at the Rouse Avenue Court. Arvind Kejriwal's remand hearing has just about begun. We also have Piyush right outside the Rouse Avenue Court along with Shreya. Shreya, a quick word from you. ED officers seeking 10-day custody of Arvind Kejriwal. Do we know, break it down for us, the grounds basis which they want to keep him in custody? Why can't they question him? Continue with the questioning, right? If he's at home versus him being taken into custody, what's the purpose, they ask?
Nabila, first and foremost, the Enforcement Directorate is seeking Arvind Kejriwal's custody on the basis of statements that have been recorded of those who were involved in the South cartel. Remember, this is an investigation that pertains to the liquor excise policy alleged, allegations made by the Enforcement Directorate suggest that 100 crore kickbacks were given to Aam Aadmi Party in returns of favour that were given to the South group in the formation of the liquor excise policy. Now, why is he to be arrested and questioned in the custody of ED? Because he's evaded 9 summons. That might just be a reason given by the Enforcement Directorate that Arvind Kejriwal was trying to avoid the ED summons, and that's the reason they went ahead and arrested him. Based on the responses that have come in from Arvind Kejriwal from the time he was questioned yesterday and subsequently arrested, the ED might go on to suggest that there wasn't clear responses given by him and he needs to be confronted with the evidence that is at hand of the agency, which includes the documents that have also been recovered, suggesting that there was an alleged intel gathering as well on the ED officials who were present during the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. Apart from that, we know K. Kavita has recently been arrested. In all likelihood, there's a possibility that the Enforcement Directorate might just want to cross-question him with Arvind Kejriwal. So these are the reasons, along with the alleged evidence that the Enforcement Directorate has gathered, which will be presented before the court to seek custody of Arvind Kejriwal. 10 days custody is what the agency seeks. How much they will get is a matter of time. The hearing has only just begun in the PMLA court of the Rouse Avenue.
Shreya, stay with us. We have Piyush also right there outside the Rouse Avenue Court. But before I get to him, a quick word from you, Preeti. As we know that PMLA itself is a very tough provision in law. And ironically, it's basically probed only after the offence is committed and not prevention, as the name suggests. So at least a long haul that we could expect, if at all the ED is able to prove in court that they have sufficient evidence and they want to probe this matter, like how it's happened in the case of Sanjay Singh and Manish Sisodia. Arvind Kejriwal too could be in for the long haul.
Well, 100%, Nabila. Arvind Kejriwal, under PMLA, in all probability, will be in jail for a long haul from here on. I would think the only point which is going in his favor is that there's no signature of Arvind Kejriwal on any document. But having said that, it is a stringent law, and what we can expect the same trajectory to follow, in which, say, a Manish Sisodia or a Sanjay Singh. So, and if you look at that, they've been in jail now. Arvind Kejriwal, where Manish Sisodia is concerned, it's been over a year, quite a few months where Sanjay Singh is concerned. So, it's going to be on similar lines. What it means for the Aam Aadmi Party, well, that's the big question, because now you have elections which are Lok Sabha elections, and we counted the seats which the Aam Aadmi Party is fighting on a Lok Sabha level, and they go over 20 seats which the Aam Aadmi Party is actually contesting, 22. And on the other hand, in a year and a half, next year, is when Delhi goes into election. And what would be most important right now for the party is to keep its flock together. The only thing going again at a state level or a Delhi-based level for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party, because they have brute majority. And he said that in multiple of his rallies where he spoke, where he talked to the people, and he'd say, I'm glad that you didn't give me a 40, because if it was a 40 or a 43 or a 47, the day I'm in jail, my party would have broken. But, because he alleges that the BJP would break the party. He says, you gave me such a brute majority that it'd be near impossible for the BJP to break it. But having said that, not having Arvind Kejriwal in the harness where Delhi is concerned, where the party is concerned, where the plans for the Aam Aadmi Party going ahead is concerned on a national scale, it's going to take a huge beating. Where Delhi comes into question, this would be a consecutive third term for Arvind Kejriwal, and it's not going to be easy by any
certainly, and they've just about begun their tenure.
Any sort of the imagination.
It's not even midway of their tenure.
Exactly. So, it'll be difficult where Delhi is concerned. Who will be the next Chief Minister? That's another question that needs to be asked, because right now the Aam Aadmi Party continues to say that, listen, we will have Arvind Kejriwal run the government from the Tihar jail. In all probabilities, he'll be going to the Tihar jail. And there's no replacement for Arvind Kejriwal. On the other hand, the LG could turn around and say this is a constitutional crisis and ask for governor's rule and president's rule. And if president's rule comes into question where Delhi is concerned, then what? Will the Aam Aadmi Party's hand be forced into replacing Arvind Kejriwal with another replacement like possibly an Atishi? That's a question. Or will the Aam Aadmi Party dig in its heels and say that nothing doing, let's go to court? You have president's rule, because then they're going to take the messaging to the people of Delhi and nationally that the government has brought down a 63 MLA government in Delhi. So there's lots going on where the political chessboard is concerned.
But messaging could work the other way around as well. Arvind Kejriwal, who started off as an anti-corruption crusader, has now been taken into custody on charges of corruption. You have Anna Hazare, who was, protested along him in Dharna. That's how Arvind Kejriwal started off his career itself. He himself has slammed Kejriwal, saying that you spoke against liquor and liquor policy. Now you've started liquor, you've rolled out this policy within your own government. It's your doing, you deserve it. This is Anna Hazare's words.
Of course, Anna Hazare's words, now he's quite a bit of a political non-entity, but he was the face of the entire India Against Corruption campaign, and at that point of time, it could stick. But this, kid you not, there is no doubt that this is the biggest crisis, perception battle, call it what you may, that Arvind Kejriwal is facing today. Because he clearly seems to have become what he might seem to suggest a victim, or what others, political parties will suggest, a participant of a system he wanted to bring down. If you look at it on a larger scale. So for Arvind Kejriwal, battling the anti-corruption plank would be his biggest political battle till date. And I say till date. If he can sail through this, then one would see where he goes politically. Because this is right now, if it sticks, if the corruption taint sticks to who promised to be the Aam Aadmi anti-corruption, then it's a different story.
Let's see what happens if this is really going to turn out into a sympathy factor for Arvind Kejriwal ahead of Lok Sabha elections. That's to be seen. I think June first week we'll know very well if this has worked in favor of the Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, or not. Let me quickly cut across to our reporters joining us on the ground. Piyush is with us right outside the Rouse Avenue Court. Piyush, we hear overwhelming crowds have gathered outside the Rouse Avenue Court right when the hearing is on. Advocates to media persons and public at large as well. Would you be able to take us through what's behind you?
Well, absolutely. As we are speaking, a massive crowd has gathered there right in front of the courtroom and also inside the courtroom. And because of that, ruckus has also created. But now the court has asked police to maintain the situation there. And that is why police have now stopped people from entering the courtroom. As we are speaking, the hearing has once again resumed. Remember that a couple of minutes back, the court had given the permission to the lawyers of Arvind Kejriwal to have consultation with the Delhi Chief Minister. And after that short brief consultation, once again the hearing has resumed. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is back in the courtroom, and as you are speaking, the hearing is underway. I'm in front of Rouse Avenue Court, where the Delhi police has made adequate arrangements of security. You can see how multiple layers of barricades have been put up here, and this has been done to ensure that no protest breaks out as the hearing goes on inside the courtroom. Remember that at around 1:51, Arvind Kejriwal was brought in here at Rouse Avenue Court by the Enforcement Directorate. Most likely, the investigative agency is going to seek a 10-day custody for Arvind Kejriwal, but it's going to be really tough for him to defend because there are multiple evidences which sources are suggesting that ED has been able to gather in its course of investigation in the last 2 days. In the same case, Manish Sisodia, Sanjay Singh, Vijay Nair and the other top people are behind the bars, and Arvind Kejriwal was arrested yesterday. The arrest happened after the multiple summons those were issued to Delhi Chief Minister, and he decided not to appear even on one summon, and every time he said that these summons are illegal, and Aam Aadmi Party every time cried foul, saying that BJP is misusing the agency.
And that's precisely the defense, Piyush. That's precisely the defense the BJP has. In fact, stay with us. I'm going to cut across to Palami as well. Palami, the defense the BJP has here is that if Kejriwal was really so innocent, why did he skip 9 ED summons? And to many of the netas who are speaking of the BJP, they say we will withstand any of the backlash that will come our way, because what has happened here is Kejriwal has deliberately skipped summons, and that shows he's guilty. It's not on us, it's on you.
That's right. That is, of course, the BJP's allegation that if Kejriwal had nothing to hide, why wasn't he joining the investigation this entire time? But Nabila, we're getting inputs right now coming in from inside the courtroom. My colleague Nalini Sharma, who's tracking that hearing right now, because that hearing has begun. What the Enforcement Directorate is saying, because the Enforcement Directorate, of course, is seeking 10 days remand. That is something that we said earlier as well. We broke earlier, and now we can confirm that the Enforcement Directorate is seeking 10 days remand of Arvind Kejriwal. They've said that the accused was arrested at 9:05 p.m. last night. He has been produced within 24 hours. We've given an application for remand, 10 days remand. We've complied with all the provisions. His relatives have also been informed. 9:05, we served him the grounds of arrest. He was informed of the grounds of arrest, and now the grounds of arrest, the Enforcement Directorate says, runs into 28 pages. So that is what the arrest, the grounds of arrest looks like. The Panchanama of arrest has also been submitted before the court. The ED counsel is showing the file which is related to the search and arrest to the court as we speak right now. So Nalini Sharma, they're reporting from inside the courtroom, saying that the Enforcement Directorate has informed the court that he was arrested at 9:05 p.m. last night. He was shown the grounds of arrest. The grounds of arrest run into 28 pages. The Enforcement Directorate also showing the Panchanama of the arrest as well, and has sought 10 days remand of the Chief Minister of Delhi in the Delhi Excise policy investigation.
Likely that there'd be any sympathy, I'm assuming, considering that the Delhi High Court just yesterday refused to give him any interim protection from arrest, and therefore subsequently the ED arrested him late last night. But here today, as the ED has come fully prepared with a massive file, Preeti, to say that these are the grounds and basis which we want his arrest. And what seemingly appears to me is that the fact that he skipped 9 summons, the court might as well grant him custody for 10 days.
Well, there's no doubt. What we are seeing is going to be routine. It's a PMLA case. Munish pointed out on all the detailing on why the ED is seeking remand. So there's no doubt that remand would be given. Possibly what the ED is seeking, a 10-day remand would be given of Arvind Kejriwal to the Enforcement Directorate. The perception now will be, the battle now will be a battle of perception, Nabila, that the Aam Aadmi Party will need to fight outside to keep the party together and to constantly invoke sympathy if they can, if there is sympathy for Arvind Kejriwal. The first litmus test of that possible sympathy, if it is there at all, where the Delhi, voters are concerned, would be in the Lok Sabha election. And I'll give you an example. 56% was the BJP's vote share in 2019. The core voter of the BJP is 36%. So one thing is established, that a huge chunk of the Aam Aadmi Party voter goes and votes for the BJP in Lok Sabha. Clearly, because the Aam Aadmi Party sweeps the Vidhan Sabha. So that 36 to 56, about 20% voter shifts from the Aam Aadmi Party, who's the core voter of the Aam Aadmi Party during Vidhan Sabha, but during Lok Sabha decides to vote for the Bharatiya Janata Party, because 36 for the last 15 years has been the core vote base for the Bharatiya Janata Party. What will be now a huge test, and the first one would be if there is sympathy. Will that 20% vote, which is usually an Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party vote in Vidhan Sabha, shift in the Lok Sabha to the, back to the Aam Aadmi Party? Because that will say that there is sympathy in the people. If not, then the people don't quite care. The charges have stuck. So it's a perception battle.
If I'm a common man and a voter here in Delhi, I would really look at stability more than a perception. For me as a citizen here, I want governance. I want my daily issues to be sorted. And if I have a chief minister going in and out of prison, if I have 1, 2, 3 of the cabinet within the government ministers who have been arrested, I'm not going to wonder and ponder whether my chief minister is corrupt or not. I will just want stability. As long as there's stability, I will vote for stability.
Well, that's the battle of perception. In politics and where leaders are concerned, you really can't pin it down to what one voter would think of the other. So we'll know. Ultimately, it's going to be a test of perception. The first, hurdle or the litmus test will be the Lok Sabha, and we'll know, if there is any connect. If we see that shift, then there's sympathy. If you don't see that shift, then exactly what you're saying sticks, Nabila. So we'll have to leave it, for the voters to decide, but trust the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, which is now in alliance with the Congress in Delhi, to fight a pitched battle on the streets. They will do what it takes to leverage as much sympathy for an Arvind Kejriwal. And I'll give you an example. What's really interesting, body language is key sometimes, right? You see an Arvind Kejriwal walking in at Rouse Avenue. Do you see him like when possibly Sanjay Raut from the Shiv Sena was taken,
waving at the cameras,
fist raised. You had a K. Kavita who raised her fist. You had even a Hemant Soren. You show the kind, in terms of just body language, in terms of posturing, in terms of optics, you show that you're going to fight it out. You're not seeing it from Arvind Kejriwal.
But Arvind Kejriwal, as a personality trait,
it's calculated.
Maybe so, but I've seen Arvind Kejriwal as a man who's had his head on his shoulders, has his feet on the ground, has been very humble. At least that's the perception he's portrayed all throughout.
And that's exactly
so
what
this
he's
behavior
doing
in court does not seem different to me.
That's exactly why you don't see bluster, playing into optics, getting into theatrics. He wants to play the Aam Aadmi. He wants to play somebody, or play or project or give that perception that, he's being victimized and what's happening to him is wrong. He wants to play the quintessential Aam Aadmi, and saying that I'm being victimized.
So this is theatrics of its own kind.
Well, some will call it theatrics. Like you said that, you yourself said that I don't think he's that kind of a person. You can call it theatrics, you can call it personality, whatever it might be. But it's studied. It hasn't come without, with no thinking. There is a cause on why why it's taking place, in terms of the fashion that it's taking place. I'll also tell you, where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, for them, they knew it was coming. Of course, once it's there and how they react is a completely different story, because everybody can expect it. When it happens, you're not equipped with it. But they had a plan in place. So for the Aam Aadmi Party, it was, the project was, if CM is arrested, then what? And now for them, it's executing that plan. So they're trying to execute it, one by one. Protests, now what? When it comes down to replacing the Chief Minister, they're going to dig in their heels.
Right. Polami is also with us. Polami, we hear that the hearing is underway, but if you could give us some of the news that's coming in from inside the Rouse Avenue Court. You're right outside. A quick word from you. The BJP has said that Arvind Kejriwal has invited this arrest. All right, you have big development there. Kejriwal is the kingpin of the scam. That's what the ED says, as it asks for 10 days custody of Arvind Kejriwal, says that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin of the Delhi excise policy scam. A big statement made by the Enforcement Directorate at the Rouse Avenue Court. Paul, me with us.
That's right. That's the big statement that's coming in right now. Kejriwal is the kingpin of this scam, is what... in fact, the Enforcement Directorate has just told the court right now. Kejriwal favored certain persons to receive kickbacks. Proceeds of crime were used for the Goa elections of the Aam Aadmi Party. Earlier, our colleague Manish Pandey did break this, that the Enforcement Directorate would be citing the statements of AAP candidates from Goa elections who said that they allegedly received cash to contest the elections from the party. And the Enforcement Directorate believes that they can prove that that was basically money coming in through kickbacks as far as the Delhi excise policy scam is concerned. So this is what the Enforcement Directorate has said. And the Enforcement Directorate said, again, I'm going through the notes that Nalini Sharma is sending us from inside the courtroom right now. First, we will satisfy this court on the legality of the arrest. All provisions under PMLA have been complied with. Please come to our remand application now. Our application mentions the FIR under which he has been arrested. Offences against him are also mentioned. Our remand plea, in fact, includes the background of the excise policy case. The policy was made in such a manner that it would enable taking of bribes and rewards for persons who gave those bribes. So this is the big, in fact, highlight of what the Enforcement Directorate's Council has just told the court. The ED saying Kejriwal is the kingpin of this scam. He favored certain persons to receive kickbacks. Remember that the ED is saying that they have statements from various individuals, including Samir Mahindru, Sharath Reddy, Magunta Reddy, Raghav Magunta Srinivasalu as well, who basically have given statements saying that in order to acquire these liquor licenses through the Delhi government, they were part of a South cartel. K. Kavita was in fact, quote unquote, the head of that cartel. And when they approached the Delhi government, they were in fact asked for certain kickbacks, as a result of which then they would be given these certain licenses.
And that's what the ED is arguing in court, follow me. The ED is also mentioning, citing examples of Manish Sisodia, that he's also arrested in the same case, but he's so far not received bail. He's approached the top court as well, but no bail even for Manish Sisodia in the same case, and which is why it's all the more important that we take Arvind Kejriwal into custody. These are statements made by the Enforcement Directorate, Preeti, in court right now, saying Vijay Nair has been working for Arvind Kejriwal, and they've got evidence to suggest that. They've collected statements even from K. Kavita, and all of these statements from most of these people that they've arrested, taken into custody, suggest that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin of the Delhi liquor policy scam.
That's what the ultimate, how all the loose ends are tying in together where the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. The first arrest was, of course, Vijay Nair, and that's what the ED said was the front. And then with the statements, that have been corroborated by the staff of K. Kavita, because it's all coming in, at least where the ED is trying to prove the case from the South lobby and connecting it to Delhi, where corroborating it with the statements of K. Kavita's staff. Then also, and I'm sure during the course, they will also say that they want to confront K. Kavita with Arvind Kejriwal. They're going to give technical evidence which will seem to suggest that they can tentatively establish a money trail which leads up to the Aam Aadmi Party. And Aam Aadmi Party, when you say Aam Aadmi Party, he's the convener of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Absolutely. So but a quick word from you on Vijay Nair. How important is Vijay Nair in the scheme of things here? Because as we hear the ED there speaking in court, saying Vijay Nair has acted as the middleman between the South cartel and Arvind Kejriwal's ministers and the policy makers. So here, Vijay Nair seems to be the key element that the ED as well is harping on.
Well, That's what, they're trying to tie in all the loose ends. They say that Vijay Nair was the middleman or the front. But
Who
they
was
want
Vijay Nair?
Vijay Nair was basically the media in charge of the Aam Aadmi Party. And he was the one who was taking care of their communications. For a very long time, Vijay Nair did not have any designation as such. And then later on, he was given the designation of being, the communications in charge or the media manager, whatever you might call it. So basically, the face of the party who goes out and gives the vision of the party to media outfits and, of course, other political outfits as well. So Vijay Nair was, well entrenched where the Aam Aadmi Party was concerned. For a very long time, Vijay Nair did not hold any party position. Then he was given the charge of the media manager or communications in charge. Vijay Nair was one of the key people for the Aam Aadmi Party who planned the entire Punjab election along with Sandeep Pathak.
All right.
And
interestingly, Preeti, Vijay Nair is also a stakeholder in Indo Spirits. That's one of the companies that...
no, there's no proof of that.
There's no proof of that?
No. And he's not a stakeholder in any of those companies which you've... at least that's what, I'm sure we can bring in Munish. And Munish can come in and give us a larger
Do we have
understanding.
Munish on the line?
Right? So he was not. In terms of, he's never been a stakeholder in any of that, in any of the companies that you speak of. He's been somebody who's been the front. He was, one of the main reasons what the ED and the BJP alleges as well is that it was through Vijay Nair that party funds which were garnered allegedly through the sale of liquor or whatever the bribes they seem to allege were funneled to fund the political elections in the state of Punjab and in the state of Goa.
Okay.
And they allege Vijay Nair was that front. So no, Vijay Nair had nothing to do with any of these companies that you speak of.
Okay, there's no proof of that, but there's a lot to suggest that Vijay Nair had very close links with some of the liquor barons who comprised of the South Cartel. So Vijay Nair, the key element here, also presented in court by the ED. Paulomi, tell us more. As the ED says, Vijay Nair is the middleman, and through him, Arvind Kejriwal has demanded kickbacks from many liquor barons who they favoured.
That's right. Now, focusing on what Vijay Nair basically has been, in the aspect of Vijay Nair, what the Enforcement Directorate has said, Vijay Nair was working for Arvind Kejriwal, as Preeti pointed out. He was, of course, the media coordinator for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party. Vijay was staying in a house near Kejriwal's house. He was working in very close proximity with Kejriwal. He acted as a middleman. He acted as a middleman with the South group. He demanded kickbacks. Kejriwal demanded kickbacks from this very same South group, and we've statements to prove the same is what the Enforcement Directorate is saying. So very crucially, what the Enforcement Directorate is saying, that we have statements to prove that Arvind Kejriwal demanded kickbacks from the South group. He demanded favors in exchange for those kickbacks. And what they're doing right now is the Enforcement Directorate is reading out some of those statements that they're citing right now in court. What the Enforcement Directorate is also saying is that cash transfer took place on 2 occasions. So very critical over here. According to the statements, Enforcement Directorate says that cash transfer took place on 2 occasions. Here's what the Enforcement Directorate is saying. As far as Sisodia is concerned, Sisodia's secretary has said that he was called by Sisodia to the residence of Kejriwal in 2021. This is what Manish Sisodia's secretary has told the Enforcement Directorate, and they're citing that statement. Sisodia has also been arrested in this case and has not been given bail, and the statement of co-accused K. Kavita has also been taken. So very crucially, what the Enforcement Directorate has said so far in the latest bit that has come out from the court is that cash transfer took place on 2 occasions and Kejriwal demanded kickbacks from the South group.
Transfer has happened twice. That's Preeti, as much as what the ED presents in court. Cash transfer has happened twice, but there's really no cash trail or a money trail that they've identified. Though suspicion is enough for the Enforcement Directorate to keep Arvind Kejriwal in custody under PMLA.
You are right, and they might say they have said that cash transfers have happened twice, and we should get Munish to corroborate exactly what cash transfers are they talking of. Are they talking of the 100 crore bribe which they've alleged that led to Arvind Kejriwal's doorstep? So we're going to get more information on that account. But having said that, Nabila, to bring you in on this is expected. This ED right now in the PMLA Rouse Avenue court is building a case to get remand on why Arvind Kejriwal should not be let off and should be given Enforcement Directorate remand. And they are building the case and leading up to it right from the beginning. If you've seen, they got Vijay Nair, they got Manish Sisodia, they got Sanjay Singh, and where at least the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. The ED is now trying to bring together the entire case, tie up the loose ends and say this was the kingpin. And the kingpin was Arvind Kejriwal. The only thing technically and legally that is going for Arvind Kejriwal in this case is that there is no signature, that there is not one document that Arvind Kejriwal has signed in on. What there is evidence in terms of what the staff of K. Kavita has said. K. Kavita, till now there is no statement. Till yesterday there was a fair amount of noise that maybe K. Kavita is going to turn approver or she's already given out a statement against Arvind Kejriwal. None of that has happened, at least with what we are seeing in court. Otherwise the ED would have immediately said that we have a statement of K. Kavita. What they are...
On the contrary, we have the BRS constantly putting out messages on social media saying this is death of democracy, this is deliberate
that's political
targeting.
posturing.
Even on Kejriwal's arrest. I'm speaking of particularly Kejriwal's
But that's
arrest.
political posturing. Let's leave political posturing aside. In that sense, you had a KCR who did give a call to the family of Arvind Kejriwal as well. But they've been friends, offline. But that's political posturing. Social media, what goes on politically is different. But in the legal conjecture. So if there was any statement that K. Kavita had given, the ED would have definitely brought it up. But what the ED has saying, and you can bring in Polomi as well, point by point, talking of how everything leads up to one man, and that is Arvind Kejriwal. They have bolstered it with the fact where they seem to suggest that his person, and which was Vijay Nair, very closely knit with Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party, was a middleman front who was a conduit for Arvind Kejriwal, right? Number one. Number two, they've also corroborated it with statements of K. Kavita's staff, and one of which has turned approver. So in that sense, they are saying, see, these are the statements that we have. And then, of course, the technical evidence, which they say that 2 transactions took place. Now, what that money trail is for the ED to establish in court. But will it be enough evidence in court today for the court to say that, yes, you get remand of Arvind Kejriwal? Very plausible. It seems that's what's going to happen.
All the more that the ED also claims they have one message where Arvind Kejriwal is said to have said, Vijay Nair is my boy. That's what the ED has also presented in court. Polomi is with us on that. Vijay Nair is my boy. That's a message that ED has and presented in court. Polomi, take us through.
That's right. That is what, of course, our sources were telling us as far as those statements are concerned, which, of course, at the moment the ED has not cited in court. But one of the big statements, Nabila, which the Enforcement Directorate has just made in court based on the statements that they've gathered, because they've taken the court through all of those statements. They say, according to the statements, Kejriwal met with Kavita and told her that they should work together on the Delhi excise policy. So here, the ED is alleging that the collusion was at the topmost level, that Arvind Kejriwal himself was pushing the South Group for kickbacks in order for them to acquire business through the Delhi excise policy of 2021-22. He met K. Kavita, is what the Enforcement Directorate is alleging based on statements that they claim they've gathered from some of those who've turned approvers in this case. And they say that Kejriwal met Kavita and said, let's work together on the Delhi excise policy. Nabila.
Well, the Delhi excise policy itself, if you really look at it, Delhi wanted to revamp the liquor business in Delhi, Aam Aadmi Party, Preeti, as opposed to what we see in Haryana and Gurgaon, a more robust environment for liquor business there. It appeared that Manish Sisodia, being the excise minister, wanted to revamp the liquor business in the national capital, which so far otherwise is in the hands of the government. It was quite shoddy. They wanted to slightly privatize it as well. Did they ever imagine this would come crumbling to such an extent their party would face a death knell?
Actually, to be precise, the Delhi liquor policy is quite in line with what the Haryana liquor policy is. But the fact is not about privatization. What the charge is, Nabila, that there was corruption, rampant corruption, kickbacks, where the liquor policy was concerned. So in that sense is, and also the Aam Aadmi Party rolled back the liquor policy.
Correct.
And that is something that the BJP has made a political point of. If there was nothing wrong, why roll it back? Now, what happened was the Aam Aadmi Party turns around and said that everything had already, because there were cases going on, the ED was involved, the bureaucracy completely shied off signing on any documents where the new liquor policy was concerned. So their reasoning is we rolled it back because of that. The BJP said that, listen, you guys were guilty, and that is why you've rolled the liquor policy back. But all of that now, and one of the main claims was that all these kickbacks were garnered to fund the expansion plans of the Aam Aadmi Party, where to increase their footprint in the state of Punjab because they were fighting the election, and every election needs a lot of money.
The ED says some of the candidates from Goa said that they were given solid cash, hard cash to fight elections in Goa, and that cash could have very well come from this Delhi excise policy kickbacks.
Well, that's for the ED to prove. A money trail is for the ED to prove. But if the ED is saying that certain candidates say that they were given hard cash, well, that's an angle that needs to be investigated. To link it directly because they were given hard cash, to link it directly to the liquor policy kickbacks would be a little, too presumptuous as of now. But the case is very clear. It's for the ED to go ahead and prove the string of evidence that the ED has right now. And I will go back to also what Poulomi said, that what's latest been said in the court is the fact that collusion was at the topmost level, where the ED seems to suggest that there was a meeting which took place between K. Kavita and Arvind Kejriwal, and that is where possibly the 100 crore kickbacks were discussed.
Let's bring in Poulomi on that. Poulomi, very interestingly, despite Manish Sisodia being the excise policy or excise minister itself, and under his watch, he was the one who initiated and framed the whole Delhi liquor policy, yet the ED says and suggests that it was Arvind Kejriwal that was really the kingpin in this entire case. Of course, needs to be proven, but this is what has been said in court.
That's right. That is what the Enforcement Directorate has said in court today. That is what they're saying in their remand copy as well. Remember that the grounds of arrest run into 28 pages. The counsel right now for the Enforcement Directorate is taking the court through basically those grounds of arrest and the statements that they've collected from various individuals who they have in fact investigated, arrested in this case as well. So some of them have turned approvers as well. What they say is that they've been able to establish that Arvind Kejriwal was the kingpin of this scam. It's not that he was untouched by this altogether. He did not know what was happening. Allegedly under his watch, he knew. In fact, he initiated a meeting. He had a meeting with K. Kavita, BRS MLC, who's currently in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate as well. And in that meeting, he suggested to K. Kavita that they work together on the Delhi excise policy. It has been suggested by some of those, including Sharath Reddy and also Magunda Reddy, in this investigation, and during the course of their interrogation, allegedly, that it was told to them that when they approached with this idea of a business, they'd seen a newspaper ad that the Delhi, liquor business was to go private, and private vendors could, in fact, have a stake in it. They approached the Delhi government, and they were told, get in touch with Kavita, and come back to us, and we will discuss this further. Which is when they got in touch with Kavita, and allegedly her front in this case, Arun Boinpallai. So this is something which is going to be extremely critical. But what the Enforcement Directorate is saying, that Arvind Kejriwal himself was in the know and he was the kingpin of this scam.
Well, that's really a big statement, and ED has suggested that all along, but here in court explicitly has said, Munish could delve on that a little more. Munish, ED saying Arvind Kejriwal really the kingpin. Transactions have happened, large chunks of it has been given in cash, which is why there's no invoices to it. These are the statements made by the ED that only partial invoices were raised because the rest of the money was given in cash as bribe.
Well, Nabila, ED's strategy looks very clear as far as linking Arvind Kejriwal to this entire alleged scam is concerned. First, they are talking about Arvind Kejriwal's meeting with Manish Sisodia, and why this meeting was important, because this meeting took place before the excise policy came into existence. A favorable policy was being drafted, and ED has alleged that this meeting took place at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. Manish Sisodia was present, and also a person from the excise department was also present. Later, the draft policy was given to some of the stakeholders. So ED is alleging that to bring the excise policy, a favorable favorable excise policy, the stakeholders were not only consulted, but they were, taken on board. And also to bring the excise policy, the favorable excise policy, 100 crore rupees of bribe was offered from the South Cartel on behalf of K. Kavita to Aam Aadmi Party, which means the ultimate beneficiary was Arvind Kejriwal. That is what they are talking about. The cash part which they are talking about, and it becomes extremely important because end of the day, it is a money laundering investigation. Till the time you are not linking
If I could put you on hold for just a moment. ED has said in court that 45 crores has been transferred via Hawala to Goa. And this is precisely what some of the candidates in Goa of the Aam Aadmi Party have said, that they were given cash by the Aam Aadmi Party netas, the senior leadership from Delhi, for them to fight elections in Goa. And here ED saying in court that 45 crores in cash was transferred via Hawala.
Absolutely. As I was talking, Nabila, that, the task for Enforcement Directorate is to establish money trail between the Aam Aadmi Party and the bribe money which was paid by the South Cartel. So as we broke this morning, Nabila, you remember that, some of the AAP candidates have given statement to the Enforcement Directorate under Section 50 of Prevention of Money Laundering Act that they were paid in cash to fight Goa elections, and that is why ED is mentioning this part. What ED is alleging that the 100 crore rupees of bribe money was used by the Aam Aadmi Party, and that money was given to the AAP candidates who fought Goa elections on ticket of Aam Aadmi Party. And this money, according to ED, was nothing but the proceeds of crime which they got from the South Cartel, and Arvind Kejriwal was well aware that this 100 crore rupees is coming, from the South Cartel. So this becomes extremely important as far as the cash transaction is concerned. And as far as the cash transaction is concerned, one of the staffer of K. Kavita has given a statement to the Enforcement Directorate that on two occasions, 2 bags full of cash he took from one place to another place, and that money was given to a person called Vinod. Vinod's statement was also recorded by the Enforcement Directorate, and that money was given to Vijay Nair, and Vijay Nair was someone who projected that he is very close to Arvind Kejriwal. Arvind Kejriwal is someone who on a phone conversation with another accused, Samir Mahendru, said that Vijay Nair is my boy, you can trust him. So association between Vijay Nair and Arvind Kejriwal is being established by ED.
Right,
the money trail is being linked to Arvind Kejriwal.
Munish,
could
you break it down for us, the connection that Vijay Nair had with the South Cartel? What was his involvement with companies like Indo Spirits and the people who represented those liquor marketing companies? We believe he was the one who connected many of these liquor barons to the officials in the Delhi government, including Sanjay Singh, Manish Sisodia, and Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, Nabila, as ED has mentioned in its remand copy, and they are alleging at this point of time that Vijay Nair was someone who was a middleman. At that point of time, he was holding an official charge of Aam Aadmi Party as a communication in charge of the party. Apart from that, Vijay Nair is someone who was holding meetings with the South Cartel. For example, he had a meeting with Samir Mahendru. He is someone who had a meeting with Sharat Reddy. He is someone who was arranging meetings between the South Cartel and the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. That is allegation number one. The second allegation is that Vijay Nair is someone who was handling the cash amount also. The money which was taken by Vinod, a person who took the money from K. Kavita's, on behest of K. Kavita, that cash was given to Vijay Nair. That is allegation number 2. So the proceeds of crime was given to Vijay Nair, and Vijay Nair at that point of time was, according to Enforcement Directorate, someone very close to Arvind Kejriwal. Third, Vijay Nair and Arvind Kejriwal's connection. The ED has, alleged that Vijay Nair was working on behest of Arvind Kejriwal, and Vijay Nair was a middleman between Aam Aadmi Party and South Cartel. Samir Mahendru is someone who owned Indo Spirit. That company was not only given licenses under the new excise policy, but that company was also used to transfer the proceeds of crime. For example, there were transfers of more than 50 crore via Indo Spirit between, through 2 shell companies. And according to Enforcement Directorate, that money, end of the day, went to Aam Aadmi Party.
Right.
So these are the allegations.
Right.
These
You
are
know,
the
Manish,
charges at
there are
this
more
point of time,
allegations
which
that's
ED
presented
is
by the
leading
Enforcement
against.
Directorate right now. I'm also going to bring in Polami on this. Polami, the ED there saying in court that this is not just statements that we're going after. We also have CDR and phone records that very clearly corroborates all the statements made by these approvers. We have phone records. We've examined money trail and we've examined money trail backwards. And money transferred to Goa comes from 4 routes. Almost certain evidence and quite meaty evidence being provided by the ED in court today.
Well, as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, what is substantial out of this coming out of this hearing is one, that they've said that Arvind Kejriwal, they believe, is the kingpin of this scam as per their investigation. And what they've done is they've established the money trail. It's not just, of course, restricted to CDRs. It's restricted. It's also there are chats as well, and of course the statements that they've received. So just a few important points right now. That what the Enforcement Directorate has said: money was paid in cash as bribes through the vendors. Invoices were raised only for partial amounts, since the remaining amount was paid in cash as bribes. So invoices were raised for a certain amount only, because the rest was being given in cash as bribes. They say that chats will corroborate everything, and the Enforcement Directorate read out a snippet of a chat which they have. They claim to have many more such chats. In that chat, they say person 1 said, payment will be in cash, when will I get it? Person 2 says, part of the payment will be in cash. Person 1, when will I get it? In one instance, they say that 6.5 lakhs cash was given. In another instance, 5.5 lakhs cash was given as well. We have corroborated, in fact, that these payments were made. That is a big statement that they're making, that they've corroborated the money trail and that these payments were made. 45 crores that were transferred via Hawala, via 4 routes to Goa, and huge amounts of cash that were handed over to various persons. And we've obtained the CDR of these various persons, and there are corroborative phone records as well, is what the Enforcement Directorate is saying. Evidence has been recovered from a company of Vijay Nair. We examined the money trail backwards, money transfer to Goa. Sources of these funds have also been revealed. Please see the huge amounts of cash that has been changing hands. That is bribe, is what they're trying to say. That see the amount of cash that has changed hands, and that is bribe. And they've been able to corroborate this backwards, and they found the money trail.
Big allegations and big proof there that's been presented in court. Polami, a quick word from Monish on that. Monish, all right, we've lost his connection, but Polami, by and large, as we look at the situation here, there's no doubt, at least from the words of the ED, as they present in court, that this scam may have happened. They have enough evidence there, so they suggest phone records and statements coming in along with money trail, and that money has exchanged many hands. But where in this entire scheme of things does this all connect to Arvind Kejriwal? Preeti, do you want to chime in on that? In fact, at this point, Arvind Kejriwal is said to be the kingpin. The hearing right now in the Rouse Avenue court is on his remand, seeking custody for 10 days. As much as they break down that these are the kind of evidences that we have, money has exchanged hands, these approvers have testified against some of the leaders in Aam Aadmi Party, etc. How does it all link to Arvind Kejriwal? If you're saying there is no signatures, there's Arvind Kejriwal's approval not in writing anywhere, then to say that Arvind Kejriwal is a kingpin, do you think is a sweeping statement?
You know, they're trying to build a case to get remand of Arvind Kejriwal, at least with the kind of what they've presented in terms of evidence in court, on the basis of which they will seek the remand. All that evidence needs to be proven in a court of law. But why do they say that he's the kingpin of it all? Number one, they say that conspiracy happened at the highest level, where a K. Kavita met an Arvind Kejriwal, number one. Number two, they say that 2 transactions took place. They say there's a tentative money trail, which leads up technical evidence all the way to the Aam Aadmi Party. Who is the party convener? If it leads up to the Aam Aadmi Party, it directly indicts the party convener, who's Arvind Kejriwal in this case. Then they corroborated with multiple statements of K. Kavita's staff, which say that Arvind Kejriwal was involved. On the other hand, they also are bringing out, they haven't said it in this court, on certain statements of Arvind Kejriwal. They are saying that they have CDR records. So they are trying to bolster the case. Whether this will be proven in a court of law is different. But are these grounds to give remand of Arvind Kejriwal? In all probability, yes, Nabila.
All right. So a quick word from Polami. Polami, as we see, a lot of people that are involved in this case. The Delhi liquor scam have people from different parties, including K. Kavita of the BRS. Here you have Arvind Kejriwal, who's been called a kingpin in this entire case. But do tell us, the court at this point is going to be deciding whether or not to grant custody of Arvind Kejriwal to the Enforcement Directorate. Will the fact that he's missed and skipped 9 summons consecutively go against him, irrespective of the evidence? Evidence aside, what the ED is presenting aside, the fact that he skipped ED summons itself would suggest that if he's not taken into custody today, then he could very well influence witnesses. He could try and destroy evidence. This could be a reasoning that could come up.
Well, that is something which was, in a way, decided upon by a higher court already. Delhi High Court yesterday, when they refused to grant interim protection from any sort of coercive action to the Delhi Chief Minister, the Delhi High Court made it absolutely clear that you need to join the investigation. There is absolutely no reason as to why you're preempting what the Enforcement Directorate is going to do, ask you, interrogate you about, and you are suggesting that this is all being done with some sort of a malified intent and politically motivated, as has been alleged by Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, because of which you don't seem to be appearing before the investigating agency. So yes, it bears some sort of credible evidence, but at this point of time, of course, the Enforcement Directorate is presenting his case as to why they would want 10 days remand of Arvind Kejriwal, as to what sort of an investigation do they want to conduct, how do they want to interrogate him, what is the nature of the investigation that they're conducting, what have they found against him, the grounds for his arrest, and that is what the Enforcement Directorate is presenting at the moment in court in order to bolster its case, saying that we have enough evidence to show that cash exchanged hands, that bribes were given, that Arvind Kejriwal met with K. Kavita, another one of the co-accused in the Delhi excise policy scam case, and he told her that they should be working together on the Delhi excise policy, that he suggested that kickbacks be given to the South Group as well. And what Enforcement Directorate has very critically just said is that all of the allegations that they're making, that 45 crores were given to Goa candidates through the Hawala routes, through in fact 4 routes specifically, all of this has been corroborated by one of the Aam Goa candidates. So that's huge. They're saying they have a statement from someone who was fielded as a candidate by the Aam Aadmi Party in the Goa Assembly elections, and the candidate has now corroborated that cash was given to them, which the Enforcement Directorate alleges is the cash that the Aam Aadmi Party Delhi government received as kickbacks in order to favor the South Group during, the dispersal of licenses for liquor vendors in Delhi under the excise policy of 2021-22. Even when MLAs were making payments in cash, they say MLAs were making payments in cash as well. So the ED is taking the court through the relevant provisions of the PMLA right now, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Our case is that he is not just liable to be punished for his individual role, but also vicariously liable for not having, for what was done by his associates. So not just is he culpable as an individual for what was his role, alleged role in the Delhi excise policy scam case, but for what was vicariously done, and he's vicariously liable for what was done by his associates, namely, of course, Vijay Nair. So kindly look at how he is responsible for the conduct of his associates as well, is what the Enforcement Directorate has said. And also, he is in charge of the affairs of the Aam Aadmi Party. The ED now is taking the court through the organizational structure of the Aam Aadmi Party. Remember, it has been debated for a while whether the Enforcement Directorate would go ahead and make Aam Aadmi Party an accused in this case as well. So very significantly, what Nalini is bringing to us right now from inside the Rouse Avenue courtroom is that he is in charge of the affairs of the Aam Aadmi Party. And now, right now, what the Enforcement Directorate is doing, that they're going to give a sense of how the organizational structure of the Aam Aadmi Party works, because what they're saying is that the Aam Aadmi Party benefited from this scam, and Arvind Kejriwal was the kingpin of this scam.
That's right. He's the national convener, and that's what the ED is arguing before the court right now as we speak, Paulmi, that he is the national convener as he is in charge essentially. Now, all this while, we know that the AAP had been saying, where is the money? What's the money that has been found on Arvind Kejriwal or on us? Where is the money trail? But the ED now is taking the court to the money trail. Pooja also joining us with the very latest, joining us from the residence of the Delhi Chief Minister as we speak. Pooja, what is happening right now? What do you really see around you? I understand that AAP also intends to take this matter to the Election Commission of India. Essentially, they're brazening it out.
A big political showdown while the Enforcement Directorate at the Rouse Avenue Court is seeking 10 days remand for Arvind Kejriwal. They are saying that they have enough, at least chain trail evidence, corroborating with statements there. Sneha, I want to point out, this appears if Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann is leaving, and that's correct. I think this is Bhagwant Mann sitting on the front seat, and he's leaving the convoy of Bhagwant Mann. Punjab Chief Minister is currently leaving the residence of Delhi Chief Minister. He has been, remember, one of the senior leaders of the party who has come to meet Arvind Kejriwal and with the family as well. And there you can see there, just leaving, we'll try and get a statement from him. We are told he's given out a statement, a video statement already. A few hours ago also he had spoken. This is a political showdown. Remember, for Punjab Chief Minister, now without Arvind Kejriwal, the sole responsibility for the state is on his shoulders, but that is as much for the national capital, Delhi, and as much for the Aam Aadmi Party. Remember what ED has said, and these are allegations, of course, Neha. They'll have to be proven.
I'm just going to come back to you in a moment from now. Pooja getting us those details from outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Shreya Chatterjee with us from the ED office right now. The ED has built what it appears, Shreya, a watertight case against the Delhi Chief Minister, saying that there were kickbacks. We are not saying it. We're proving it as well, and that's the argument in court, talking about the entire money trail here.
Sneha, you know, we're reporting the details that are being put forward by our legal correspondent Nalini. She's suggesting that in the court, Enforcement Directorate has gone ahead and said that they have not just established the statements based on chats, CDR, they also have the money trail. Now, what the Enforcement Directorate has just now said is that they have done back calculations based on the company's detail that is directly linked to Vijay Nair. At least 4 routes were used to transfer money which were alleged proceeds of the crime to the Goa elections, and the money has actually exchanged multiple routes. They're also saying that this is not just done through calculation, they've corroborated it also by the statements of the AAP Goa candidates. This is a news break that we already got before. Even MLAs were made payments in cash. That's something that the ED is saying in court. They're also saying that Arvind Kejriwal cannot just be booked only because of the fact that he was the kingpin, but also because of the role of the associates. What they are largely saying that Arvind Kejriwal was the kingpin indeed, but he also got many associates of him. So the actions of his associates is also something that will come against him. So this is precisely what the Enforcement Directorate is suggesting. This is a 28-page long reasons of arrest that is being put forth by the ED. Statements, CDRs, WhatsApp chats, money trail. This is what the Enforcement Directorate is suggesting they have as a form of evidence against Arvind Kejriwal, is why they are seeking 10 days custody of him in the PMLA court.
No, that's right. And we're Nalini getting us up to speed with these developments from the court. For the viewers who've just joined us, here's what's happening. The ED has in fact said in court that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin of this scam. He favored some for kickbacks. Sodhia's secretary were at the Chief Minister's house in 2021. Arvind Kejriwal involved in making the excise policy. Statements of co-accused Kavita have been taken. I want to talk to you a little about that too. What is the connection that has been drawn conclusively by the Enforcement Directorate in terms of the statements that they recorded with BRS MLC K. Kavita, Shreya?
We've seen that that Enforcement Directorate just a few days back had arrested K. Kavita. Now, why K. Kavita becomes important? She allegedly is being suggested as the person who, in cahoots with Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal, was behind the conspiracy of giving benefits to the South cartel in returns of kickbacks. Now, importantly, Sneha, in the court, the ED is saying that it is not just 100 crores that has been given in the form of kickbacks. Why do they say that? They're saying that 100 crores came as immediate kickbacks, but the profits that were to be made by the vendors, that percentage was also to be given as kickbacks. So they are still suggesting that the entire bribery case can be more than 100 crores. Apart from that, 45 crore rupees is what the ED has said in court was transferred for the Goa elections. K. Kavita's staff's statement has been used also against Arvind Kejriwal in this particular case. Apart from that, the statements of Sarath Reddy, Raghav Reddy, as well as remember the CA of Manish Sisodia, whose statements have now been put forward in the court. Now the ED suggests that it's not just the statements. There are chats which suggest that the money was given in the form of cash transactions. There are chats which suggest that a part of the money was to be given, and apart from that there are CDRs as well that has been directly linking, establishing the entire ploy of benefiting kickbacks through the formulation of the excise policy that was given to a certain, a few vendors. So this is what is being suggested in the court. We are right now hearing what the Enforcement Directorate is saying, but after this, Kejriwal's team will also be making their submissions, after which the judge will decide whether or not to proceed with the remand demand that has been coming from the Enforcement Directorate, which is a 10 days custody demand.
That's right. On your screens right now, Rutella views are pictures of Arvind Kejriwal, who is in fact in court physically present at Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court, where you can see these pictures. In fact, let's try and take a listen.
कुछ बोलेंगे सर?
All right, so essentially, no comments. In fact, he didn't say anything when asked to respond to the current developments since last evening. Arvind Kejriwal is mum, but what's happening in court right now is that Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing in court, and I'm going to go straight across to Paulami for more on that. Paulami, take us through the arguments that have already started to be made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, now arguing on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal. The party continues to say that there is no money trail that has been established, but we've heard a lot today from the ED in terms of the kind of money trail and also the Hawala transactions that the ED has alleged.
That's right. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is appearing on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal, has started his arguments right now. What he said so far, as reported by our legal correspondent Nalini, who's inside the courtroom, Singhvi has said remand is not automatic. It has to satisfy provisions of a draconian statute like PMLA. He says first condition is material in his possession. Cumulatively, there must be reason to believe. So this is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is saying, that remand can't just be automatic just because you picked him up and arrested him. So you're granted remand of the accused in this case. It has to satisfy the provisions of a draconian statute, he says, like PMLA. The first condition is material in his possession. That is what needs to be satisfied. Cumulatively, there must be reason to believe that the accused indeed is culpable of the crime that he's being accused of. So these are arguments that Mr. Singhvi, who's appearing on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal right now in the Rouse Avenue Court, has been making. Sneha.
All right, these are arguments being made
Sneha,
in Rouse Avenue Court. Yes, Paulami, carry on.
Coming from... Yeah, just one more point, because Nalini just put that out. Mr. Singhvi has said, and finally he should be guilty of the offence. So cumulatively, there must be reason to believe, and finally he should be guilty of the offence. These words are not found in normal statutes. Why is this? It's because when it's difficult to make the arrest, then it's also difficult to let the person go. So he's basically arguing about what he calls the draconian statute like PMLA. Singhvi says there should be a causal link between the reason to believe someone is guilty and the material in the possession of the Enforcement Directorate. That threshold is very high, he says. So there could be, you have a reason to believe he's guilty, but is there material in his possession by which you can say that indeed he is culpable of the crime that you believe him to in fact be culpable of? Singhvi says the first thing we must show is the necessity to arrest. Sneha, back to you.
Right, the threshold is very high. The first thing we must show is the necessity to arrest. Why should you arrest him? The ED, in fact, has in court already, Paulami, spoken about the fact that summons have been skipped repeatedly. Not one, not two, not five, but 9 summons that the ED has said that Arvind Kejriwal has skipped. That is, in fact, one of the arguments, isn't it?
At the moment, of course, it remains to be seen if the Enforcement Directorate will, present that as part of the argument. Of course, that bears largely also on this case, because yesterday you saw how the Delhi High Court did not, grant him interim protection from any sort of coercive action, because they believe that Arvind Kejriwal should join an investigation if the Enforcement Directorate believes there is material enough for them to have Mr. Kejriwal come forward and give his evidence in a matter of, something which is of extreme significance. It is a matter of public policy, and there is, a lot of corruption which is alleged as far as that. So that is what the Enforcement Directorate has been saying. But right now, of course, they are they've produced the grounds of arrest and why they believe that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin of the scam. The money trail, the evidence that they have, they've cited chats, they've cited CDRs that they've corroborated with various persons. They say that they've backtracked the money trail as well in order to find the source of it and the origin of it. And Mr. Singhvi right now, importantly in court, as he in fact defends Arvind Kejriwal, says the first thing we must show is the necessity to arrest. The power of arrest is not equal to, in fact, the power of arrest is not equal to the need to arrest. So you may have the power to arrest, but it's not equal to the need to arrest. Power of arrest and necessity to arrest are two different things. Just because you have the power does not mean you have to exercise it. Please see the law, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is telling the court right now. Sneha.
All right, remand is not automatic, says Abhishek Manu Singhvi. That's what he said in court. That's what Paulami is reiterating before us. For our viewers who've just joined us, right now, Abhishek Manu Singhvi is in fact arguing on behalf of the Delhi Chief Minister in court, arguing what led to this arrest. What is the need for the arrest? You have the power, but there is no necessity, Shreya. Manu Singhvi is arguing to exercise that power. That is not something that you have to do.
Well, absolutely. That is what the submissions is right now being made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who's a lawyer appearing for Arvind Kejriwal. He's precisely suggested that there are sections in the PMLA Act that also needs to be satisfied, was why he's very particularly used the word that if someone is guilty, you also have to provide the material that he was possessing while he's arrested, is why Singhvi has gone ahead to suggest that just because you have the power, you cannot arrest him. He's also said that just because the entire remand application is a copy-paste of grounds of arrest. That is something that Singhvi is suggesting. To break it down, Sneha, what he's trying to mean is that whether there are any possible reasons that they have arrested, which tends to the fact whether he's at flight risk, whether there's a possibility that he's going to tamper evidence, whether there is a possibility that he will make evidence hostile. So these could be the grounds of arrest. That hasn't yet been made clear by the Enforcement Directorate, is what Singhvi is trying to say. He's also said, if you have everything, why do you need custodial interrogation? That is the latest submission that is coming from Abhishek Manu Singhvi. He's also said that the entire remand application is a copy-paste of the grounds of arrest. The need to arrest is apparently to further get the money trail. How can that be a ground of arrest? That is the submission that is right now being made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi before the PMLA court.
Well, absolutely. In fact, the need to arrest is apparently to further get the money trail. How can that be a ground for arrest is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing. To sum up what has been in fact happening in court, I'm going to once again go across to Paulami for more on that, tracking this case from the very moment essentially when the ED produced Arvind Kejriwal in Delhi's Rouse Avenue court. Talk to us, Paulami, about what has been said by the Enforcement Directorate so far as the money trail really is concerned. The money changing hands via Hawala transaction is concerned, being used for Goa elections here is concerned.
That's right. Remember earlier our colleague Manish Pandey, who tracks the Enforcement Directorate for us, had reported that the Enforcement Directorate will be citing the statements of AAP candidates for the Goa elections who have allegedly said that they received money in cash to contest the elections, and that money allegedly the ED had backtracked to the fact that it was possibly kickback money that the Delhi government and the Aam Aadmi Party received in lieu of making certain concessions within the Delhi Excise Policy 2021-22 for the alleged South cartel, which was led by K. Kavita, as has been accused by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, what the Enforcement Directorate has said that they have the statement of at least one such AAP candidate from the Goa election who has corroborated this charge, that a lot of cash changed hands. In fact, invoices were made in such a way, Sneha, that the partial payment, when of course, you were seeking a license as a vendor in the Delhi Excise Policy, you made a certain payment partially, which was invoiced for, and the rest of it was going in cash. In some instances, it was, in one instance, as was pointed out by the council, it was about 6.5 lakh rupees. In another instance, it was about 5.5 lakh rupees. So several such exchanges of cash that was made, and it went through various persons. They believe that they have chats. They say they have chats. One of those chat conversations was cited by the council as well in court, where he said, person one asked person two, how is the payment to be made? Partially through cash is what person two told person one as well. So this is what they have cited in court. They have cited CDR as well, call data records as well. They say that the Goa election was funded through the Hawala route, where at least 45 crore rupees was sent across to candidates through the Hawala route, through at least 4 specific routes, and they have been able to establish this as well, is what they're saying. They say that they have the money trail. Now, what we are being told is, as far as Abhishek Manu Singhvi's arguments go, as Shreya was just pointing out, just to quickly take you through that, the entire remand application is a copy-paste of the grounds of arrest, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is saying. The grounds of arrest, 28 pages long. They're saying remand application looks like a copy-paste of that exact same document that was produced at the time that Mr. Kejriwal was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. The need to arrest is apparently to further get the money trail. How can that be a ground for arrest, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi asked. If you have everything, why do you need custodial interrogation? These are just the same 3-4 names constantly thrown by the ED. The pattern is exactly the same. The pattern is that one witness gives a statement, nothing about Kejriwal. In that 2-3 statements more he gives, still nothing about Kejriwal. Then they arrest this witness and deny him bail. One fine morning, they have the deal of an approver. So you concede his bail. Next step, he comes out with a brilliant statement against Arvind Kejriwal, and all previous statements be damned. So what they're saying is that witnesses are being coerced into turning into approvers if they give a statement against Arvind Kejriwal, because their previous statements, when you pick them up, do not have a mention of Arvind Kejriwal. You keep denying them bail in court, and suddenly one fine morning they turn approver, they are granted bail, you concede bail to them, and they have named Mr. Arvind Kejriwal in their statements. Final step is to go and record some statement of a co-accused.
Okay, in fact, speaking about an approver, Abhishek Manu Singhvi has spoken about the fact that an approver is an unworthy friend, someone who has bargained for their freedom, their credibility is zero. Can you really trust them is the question that Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing right now on behalf of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is asking. Pooja continues to be with us from the Chief Minister's house as well. Pooja, in fact, chaos, confusion ever since we saw last evening at the Chief Minister's residence. Workers have been protesting, his heavy barricading. What do you really see around you? A lot of leaders of AAP and Congress and otherwise have spoken about the fact that they've not even been allowed to meet with the family of the Delhi Chief Minister there.
While the political showdown that's on, Sneha, let's remember that in the court is the real showdown that's happening. The ED is very defiant. ED has also claimed now that they need the 10-day remand for Arvind Kejriwal because they are referring to 45 crore rupees. That through Hawala channels that they are saying was pushed to Goa funding. Goa elections were approaching then, and they are saying based on corroborated statements by a Goa AAP candidate, they now have confirmation and a chain trail that about 45 crore rupees through likely this case had been through these channels given in for Goa funding. Aam Aadmi Party, of course, has denied this. But now Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who's not only, of course, a senior leader of the Congress Party, but representing Arvind Kejriwal in this case, has taken on the approver. And if I'm correct, he's referring to Sarath Reddy, who had turned into approver. he has said, how can you trust an approver? Basically, this approver is just bargaining for his freedom and his credibility is completely zero. So these are very direct personal remarks also that Abhishek Manu Singhvi is saying, and then he's saying the PMLA gives a certain power of arrest. Does that mean there is necessity of arrest also? Why do you really need Arvind Kejriwal? While Sneha, ED says Arvind Kejriwal is in charge of the affairs of the Aam Aadmi Party. While his individual roles are in question, the question is also what he let his associates do. So they are also making it as a full circle that Arvind Kejriwal knew fully well what was happening. Not only was he part of it, but there was this whole association that he was a part of, and in fact he was leading the charge. But Abhishek Manu Singhvi has taken on the Enforcement Directorate to say there is absolutely no need to arrest, there is no necessity to arrest, and they have in fact said that is there a pattern by the ED? They arrest a few individuals, they keep taking their statements, there is no mention of Kejriwal throughout. Then when this individual turns into an approver, gives a statement on Kejriwal, they suddenly swoop in on Arvind Kejriwal. Basically, Abhishek Manu Singhvi is claiming that there is no connect to Arvind Kejriwal, at least. No, he's not referred to any other leaders, but Arvind Kejriwal has no connect. Why arrest him? Back to you, Sneha.
All right, be with us. Pooja, Paulami and Shreya Chatterjee getting us up to speed with those developments. Nalini from inside Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court. Munish Pandey getting us up to speed with all developments as far as the investigations by the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. The Delhi Chief Minister's arrest continues to be our top focus story right here. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break.
Watching India Today.
Elections, the heartbeat of the world's largest democracy, covered by the political journalist with nearly 4 decades of experience. The man who understands the pulse of the nation. Join India's ultimate newsman.
I will decode the complex political chess game that's at the heart of Indian democracy.
Elections Unlocked with Rajdeep Sardesai. Maximum analysis on the Maximum channel.
छह महीने से 9 सम्मन आपको दिए गए, एक भी सम्मन का अरविंद केजरीवाल ने जवाब नहीं दिया। क्यों भाई, आप कानून से ऊपर हैं क्या? तो जब ये आप कहते हैं ना विंडिक्टिव पॉलिटिक्स हो रही है, तो आप कानून का अपमान करते हैं, माननीय न्यायालय का अपमान करते हैं। कानून का सम्मान कीजिए और कानून के तहत जो कुछ भी होगा उसको स्वीकार करिए। इस तरह की बयानबाजी करके एक माहौल जो बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, दिल्ली की जनता बहुत समझदार है।
It is unfortunate. It is not good at this time of. There was no hurry to arrest a sitting chief minister. It is very unfortunate for a democratic setup.
All right, more news coming in. The Enforcement Directorate making their arguments in court. Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin of this scam. The hearing is underway. Arvind Kejriwal's remand hearing in court, which is underway. The ED has made these arguments. Arvind Kejriwal favoured some for kickbacks. ED said Sisodia and Secretary were at the Chief Minister's house in the year 2021. Arvind Kejriwal involved in making the excise policy. Statements of co-accused Kavita have been taken. Accused Vijay Nair was working for the Chief Minister. Accused Nair worked closely with Arvind Kejriwal. That is what the ED in fact has said in court, even as arguments are being made inside Delhi's Rouse Avenue court. The Delhi Chief Minister is physically present. In fact, I'll also go across to my colleagues joining us with the very latest on that. First to Paulami Saha. For more on that, she is at the Rouse Avenue court right now. Paulami, the very latest as far as the arguments of Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal is concerned.
That's right. Nalini Sharma, our colleague, our legal correspondent, is reporting from inside the courtroom. Abhishek Manu Singhvi says that there must be a bridge between the material they have and the reason to believe that someone is guilty. That you need to have material evidence against someone to believe that that person is guilty. Every action of the ED is expected to be transparent. ED cannot be vindictive in its conduct, is what he says. There is a sense of glee that they've got him, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi has charged the Enforcement Directorate with, that there is a sense of glee that they've got him right now. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is, of course, taking the court through PMLA provisions. Very importantly, just a short while ago, Sneha, he said for the first time in the history of India, a sitting chief minister has been arrested. For the first time, all top leaders of a party have been placed under arrest before elections. Free and fair elections are part of the basic structure of the constitution. This kind of non-level playing field cannot be allowed. So what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is suggesting is that this is all being done in order to create a skewed field as far as the electoral arena is concerned going into the Lok Sabha elections, that a sitting chief minister has been arrested. Top leaders of other parties are also being arrested who are in the opposition, simply to allow for no holding of fair and free elections. Free and fair elections cannot be possible if this goes on, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi has said in court. Sneha.
All right, Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing on behalf of the Delhi Chief Minister. The remand hearing in court is currently underway. ED calls Arvind Kejriwal the kingpin of this scam. Also going to go across to Shreya. Shreya continues to be with us from the ED office right now. Shreya, what more can you tell us? All right, we'll connect with Shreya in a moment from now. All right, we have in fact a first reaction of the Delhi Chief Minister after his arrest late last night. Listen in. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है. This is what Arvind Kejriwal has said. अंदर है या बाहर, मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है. Paulami continues to be with us. In fact, we'll just go back to Paulami in a second from now. Listen in to the Delhi Chief Minister once again.
जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. सम्मति थे और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर
Palmi continues to be with us. That's the first reaction, Palmi, of the Delhi Chief Minister, saying that मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, अंदर हो या बाहर.
That's right. The Chief Minister, of course, spoke with the media persons as he arrived at the Rouse Avenue Court earlier today. He is inside the courtroom as we speak. He said, "Mera jeevan desh ke liye samarpit hai, chahe andar ho ya bahar." Clearly saying that he will continue the fight against, the leadership, the central leadership, the ruling party. It remains to be seen, of course, how the Aam Aadmi Party strategizes this going ahead as well, because the Chief Minister is, of course, in the Enforcement Directorate's custody, and the ED is at the moment arguing for 10 days remand of the Chief Minister, where of course he will be undergoing custodial interrogation. It's possible that there could be a confrontation with K. Kavita as well, which the Enforcement Directorate could have in order to, of course, spill more light on what they believe this entire scam is all about, because they've already alleged collusion between Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita today in court, saying that they had a meeting where Arvind Kejriwal told K. Kavita that they should be working together on the Delhi excise policy case. So that is going to be extremely significant if that confrontation takes place inside the ED headquarters after the Enforcement Directorate gets custody of Arvind Kejriwal again. That is a matter which will be, of course, decided upon by the court. Arguments from the Enforcement Directorate's end are over. Abhishek Manu Singhvi continues to, of course, argue against it, saying that there is absolutely no need for custodial interrogation. Why is it that they need custodial interrogation to establish a money trail? He says that 80% of the people haven't mentioned his name. Neither have they said that they met him. 80% plus people have mentioned no dealings with Kejriwal. Let me deal with those who have mentioned him. Abhishek Manu Singhvi says, if someone who's working under my complainant gives a statement against me, can this court count this as evidence, is what Singhvi asked. So if someone working under Arvind Kejriwal gives a statement against Arvind Kejriwal, can that simply be counted as evidence because someone gave a statement? There is no material evidence to show any wrongdoing, he says. No incriminating material has been found. Statements have been obtained by ED through barter. Through barter. That's a huge statement that Abhishek Manu Singhvi is saying. Remember, earlier he tried to suggest that there was a sequence of events to people who were picked up as accused in this investigation. They were being denied bail constantly by court, and then it was coerced out of them that they would give a statement naming Arvind Kejriwal, over which then they would be in fact given bail, and the Enforcement Directorate would concede bail in court. They would miraculously turn approvers allegedly and name Arvind Kejriwal. So what Singhvi is saying is that in order to unleash political vendetta, powers of the ED are being misused. Statements of co-accused are obtained under the garb of being lenient. It's a complete abuse of process. So statements have been obtained by the Enforcement Directorate through barter, and statements of co-accused are obtained under the garb of being lenient. It's a complete abuse of power. So there is a barter system that is underway. This kind of barter is done by the ED openly, says Abhishek Manu Singhvi.
All right, now the crux of the argument that is being made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi is that where are the grounds for arrest, Palmi? You just can't arrest because you have the power to. What are you going to achieve by making this arrest of the Delhi Chief Minister is the question that you're asking. Now the attempt is to establish the money trail. What will this arrest do is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing.
That's right. He's challenging, in fact, the necessity to arrest Arvind Kejriwal. There has to be, he says, a causal link between your reason to believe that someone is culpable of a certain crime that you're accusing them of, and then, of course, the material evidence. Just to establish money trail, why do you need custodial interrogation? He can answer your questions as it is. Why is it that you need to take him into custody in order to establish an alleged money trail? He says that witnesses or those who've been accused in this case as well have been turned into approvers because the Enforcement Directorate is using a barter system that they're using openly when they're basically saying that these accused will be denied bail till a certain point of time, and when they name Arvind Kejriwal in their statements, they are granted bail immediately. The ED concedes bail in the courtroom. So that is the allegation which is being leveled. The necessity of arrest is being questioned. Just because you have the power to arrest doesn't mean that you have to exercise it. You have to establish a strong causal link. He says 80% of the people whose statements are being cited did not mention Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, did not allegedly have any sort of dealings with Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. So why do you need to keep him in custody?
Well, absolutely. Details that we have with us right now of the arguments that are being made in court. In fact, these are the arguments that are being made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi a while ago. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal reacted to these developments, saying that my life is dedicated to the country even if I am behind bars, is what Arvind Kejriwal has said. Politically speaking, Paulami, I'm going to come to you for more on that and how the manner in which the entire opposition is rallying around this entire issue. The arrest of Arvind Kejriwal, which has once again united the opposition, all of them speaking in the same voice, talking about how this is just a classic example of the BJP out to destroy the opposition.
That's right. In fact, we are getting reports that a multi-party delegation will be going before the Election Commission as well at 5 p.m. today. And the issue is the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. Remember that Abhishek Manu Singhvi has already said in court that this is being done in order to stifle the process of holding free and fair elections in the history of the country. A sitting chief minister has been arrested, and all top leaders of parties that pose a challenge to the Bharatiya Janata Party, to the ruling party, are in fact being, in a sense, victimized, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is saying, that this is so that free and fair elections cannot take place. He's challenging the same right now. Now, just to go through some of the arguments which he's making as far as, that barter system that he's alleging that takes place, which the ED is basically orchestrating. He says, first, Sharath Reddy. He's making a statement. Last year, in 2022, he made a statement. One day after his statement, he's arrested. Non-cooperation is the ground of arrest. He makes a statement, you arrest him a day later, you say non-cooperation. If non-cooperation is a ground of arrest, we can just do away with Article 21, is what Singhvi says. How can non-cooperation be a ground of arrest? Sharath Reddy was arrested one day after he gave a statement that did not mention Arvind Kejriwal at all. 5 months later, he says he agreed to pay a part of money. He takes the name of Kavita. 1 month after that, Sharath Reddy is granted bail. High Court records that ED has no objection to bail. Are you arguing Reddy's cancellation of bail, is what the judge then intervenes and asks Mr. Singhvi, because he seems to be asking questions as to how exactly was he being denied bail earlier, and suddenly he was being granted bail, and the Enforcement Directorate did not object to the same in the court. So the judge asks, are you arguing Reddy's cancellation of bail? This is a remand hearing, is what the judge, Kaveri Baveja, has just reminded Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi. He says, Mr. Singhvi, Reddy was pardoned in 2023. Pardoned is the word that has been used by Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Of course, he will sing like a canary. Is this the job of the prosecution, to make people say anything by hook or by crook? Now, let's come to Raghav Magunta, another one of the individuals who's been accused in this case, turned approver. In 2022, Raghav says he does not know about anyone. So that is what, it has come to light that what he says. Raghav was arrested apparently for criminal conspiracy. He says, I never even heard of Buchi Babu and others. Buchi Babu, the chartered accountant of K. Kavita in this case, who allegedly has named K. Kavita, because of which she at the moment is in jail in ED's custody. Raghav Magunta Reddy is who we're speaking about right now. So he is right now going through certain individuals who have given statements that name Mr. Kejriwal. And what Mr. Singhvi is trying to prove is that it seemed like when they were picked up, their statements did not have his name. Suddenly, they changed their statement, and later on, the Enforcement Directorate, as they were produced in court, whenever their remand got over, their stipulated remand got over, they were produced in court. Enforcement Directorate was not objecting to bail being granted to these individuals. So he's spoken about Sharath Reddy. He's speaking about Raghav Magunda Reddy right now, who of course belongs to the YSR CP.
All right, be with us. I'm just going to come back to you for more on that, even as those arguments continue right now. Abhishek Anand is also with us. Abhishek Anand was, in fact, in court as well. Talk to us about the scenes inside court. Essentially, a while ago, reaction also from the Delhi Chief Minister Abhishek, in which he spoke about the fact that his life is dedicated to the nation. The arguments are being made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi as we speak.
Well, this is the only response after his arrest. He was walking through the corridors of the court when this was recorded, and this is the only response of CM Arvind Kejriwal, and he says, "Mera Jeevan Desh ke naam," and abruptly that video ends. So from inside the courtroom, while he is under arrest of Enforcement Directorate, Kejriwal is trying the best to garner the sympathy vote in the upcoming elections. This is a very crucial time for the Aam Aadmi Party. The entire top leadership is inside the jail. So today the court's hearing is very important for the Aam Aadmi Party. Remember, before the hearing even started, Kejriwal was granted time to have a brief meeting, a small meeting with the team of lawyers where all these things were discussed, where this strategy, which is now being told to the court by the lawyer Abhishek Manu Singhvi, that this is how the ED has actually worked so far, and the only motive in the meeting, what we are picking up is, in the meeting with Kejriwal, the lawyers were asked to somehow quash the arrest and stop ED from taking the 10-day custody. The 10-day custody will be a very, very bad thing for the Aam Aadmi Party, because, it has been 9 notices since ED was waiting for for Kejriwal's answer, but now the argument is that this is not a ground to arrest, because all the history of ED's arrests and release, even opposing a bail application is being read out by Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Over to you.
That's right. Be with us. I'm just going to, in fact, come back to you in a moment from now, Abhishek Anand, getting us those details. Aam Aadmi Party is to write now to the Election Commission of India on the arrest of the Delhi Chief Minister. India bloc leaders to also meet the Election Commission is what we are hearing. Paulamy had spoken about it. The opposition rallying like never before. Mamata Banerjee has spoken. Today our India Alliance will meet the Election Commission to express a strong objection to the deliberate targeting and arrest of opposition leaders, particularly during the MCC period. MCC is the Model Code of Conduct period. But that's what Mamata Banerjee has said in support of Arvind Kejriwal. Parties are in fact approaching the Election Commission, talking about the arrest of the Delhi Chief Minister. Abhishek, in fact, this has been raised by Abhishek Manu Singhvi in court already, saying that on the eve of elections, you arrest the Delhi Chief Minister. Formally approaching the Election Commission of India at 5 this evening is, in fact, all of these parties of the India bloc that have come together. Abhishek.
Well, certainly this is the time when the India bloc is showing its solidarity with Arvind Kejriwal, but it's a very tricky situation, especially when it comes to the Congress party, because it was the Congress party's former Delhi president and former Union Minister Ajay Makan who was the first one to actually do a press conference with all the details about the alleged Liquor Gate scam. Now the Congress leaders are going there in solidarity and, showing their support to the family. But you see, there is not much of protest in Delhi. The call for protest was dealt by Delhi police and the group of protesters who tried to come near the Rouse Avenue Court or near BJP office were picked up by Delhi police and were sent to different police stations. So on ground, the Aam Aadmi Party cadre is alone. There is no support from the India Alliance on the ground. In the protest, there is no support, there is no manpower behind it. So all Aam Aadmi Party is doing is trying to garner support, but support on social media and voter turnout in sympathy is there are two different things. So of course when they are in coalition, they will speak the same language, but there has been issues which were, it's a tricky situation for India Alliance now.
Well, absolutely. I'm just going to come back to you in a moment from now. Abhishek getting us those details. Paulmi also continues to be with us. Once again, there is zero corroboration by the Enforcement Directorate, also underscoring the point that how can you trust an approver blindly? This is he in fact is the most unworthy friend, is the argument that Singhvi is making in court. Paulmi.
That's right. Nalini is, of course, reporting on those proceedings that are taking place in court right now. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is representing Arvind Kejriwal, has just said an approver is the most unworthy friend, if at all. Regarding Kejriwal, there is zero corroboration by the Enforcement Directorate. So what, earlier we spoke about Sharath Reddy, then we spoke about Raghav Magunta Reddy, who is YSR CP MP Magunta Srinivasulu Reddy's son. He, in fact, also turned approver. What Singhvi says that all those who turn approvers develop back pain, and then the Enforcement Directorate never objects to their bail. In this case, what he is pointing out as far as Raghav Reddy is concerned, he says that Raghav was arrested apparently for criminal conspiracy. He says, I never even heard of Buchi Babu and others, the CA of K. Kavita. While hearing Raghav Magunta's bail application, it is recorded that his wife tried to commit suicide and is in the hospital. His statement was recorded in July 2023. On August 10, ED does not object to his bail barely 2 weeks later. So all those who turn approvers develop back pain, and then the Enforcement Directorate never objects to their bail, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi says. It seems like we are Alice in Wonderland. Article 21 means something else for the Enforcement Directorate. Confession caused by inducement cannot be allowed. Confession cannot be via inducement, threat or promise of something. He is what an approver is the most unworthy friend of all. Now, this is what Singhvi has said so far in court.
All right, details in fact from the court, Delhi's Rouse Avenue court, even as these arguments are being made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, that continues to be a top focus story right here. We are in fact looking at developments in the evening at about 5 o'clock, where all of these parties, the India Alliance meets with the Election Commission as well. So this is playing out politically too, as expected. Paulmi, be with us. In fact, also asking Abhishek Anand to continue to be with us. For the moment, it's time for a break. Our focus continues to be on that top story from the national capital today of the arrest of the Delhi Chief Minister.
गिरफ्तारियां होती रही हैं राजनीति के अंदर। अंग्रेज़ों के ज़माने में भी गिरफ्तारियां हुआ करती थी, मगर जिस मानवीयता का अंग्रेज़ भी ध्यान रखते थे, सब देशों के अंदर जो न्यूनतम मानवीय मूल्य हैं, मिनिमम ह्यूमैनिटी है, उसका भी ध्यान नहीं रखा जा रहा।
2013 में जो प्रश्न अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने पूछा था कि भ्रष्ट लोग जेल कब जाएंगे, आज मैं छोटा सा कार्यकर्ता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, मैं कह सकता हूं कि 10 वर्षों के शासनकाल में इस देश ने एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन देखा। ये जो बड़े बड़े राजनेता सोचते थे कि हम कुछ भी करेंगे, करोड़ों खरबों का घोटाला कर लेंगे और हम एक परिवार की तरह रहेंगे, मैं तुम्हारा पीठ खुजाऊंगा, तुम मेरी पीठ खुजाना, और हम में से कोई जेल नहीं जाएगा, हम सब बच के रहेंगे, ये अब नहीं होने वाला है। मिस्टर केजरीवाल, people are going to jail, and if you are corrupt, people will continue to go to jail.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
अरविंद केजरीवाल इस पूरे के पूरे एक्साइज पॉलिसी में, शराब घोटाले में एक कॉन्स्पिरेटर है, वो सरगना है, वो षड्यंत्रकारी है। जो साउथ ग्रुप, जो कई कंपनियों का अमेलगमेशन है, ये जो साउथ ग्रुप के कविता की थी, किस प्रकार से बैकडोर लगभग 100 करोड़ रुपए उन्होंने अरविंद केजरीवाल और अरविंद केजरीवाल के मित्रों को दिया, इसका भी ट्रेल ईडी ने बखूबी एस्टैब्लिश किया है, जिसका जिक्र ईडी ने अपने प्रेस रिलीज में दिया है। 2013 में जो प्रश्न अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने पूछा था कि भ्रष्ट लोग जेल कब जाएंगे, आज मैं छोटा सा कार्यकर्ता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, मैं कह सकता हूं कि 10 वर्षों के शासनकाल में इस देश ने एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन देखा। ये जो बड़े बड़े राजनेता सोचते थे कि हम कुछ भी करेंगे, करोड़ों।
The Delhi Chief Minister is physically present. In fact, I'll also go across to my colleagues joining us with the very latest on that. First to Paulami Saha. For more on that, she is at the Rouse Avenue Court right now. Paulami, the very latest as far as the arguments of Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal is concerned.
That's right. Nalini Sharma, our colleague, our legal correspondent, is reporting from inside the courtroom. Abhishek Manu Singhvi says that there must be a bridge between the material they have and the reason to believe that someone is guilty. That you need to have material evidence against someone to believe that that person is guilty. Every action of the ED is expected to be transparent. ED cannot be vindictive in its conduct, is what he says. There is a sense of glee that they've got him, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi has charged the Enforcement Directorate with, that there is a sense of glee that they've got him right now. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is, of course, taking the court through PMLA provisions. Very importantly, just a short while ago, Sneha, he said for the first time in the history of India, a sitting chief minister has been arrested. For the first time, all top leaders of a party have been placed under arrest before elections. Free and fair elections are part of the basic structure of the constitution. This kind of non-level playing field cannot be allowed. So what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is suggesting is that this is all being done in order to create a skewed field as far as the electoral arena is concerned going into the Lok Sabha elections, that a sitting chief minister has been arrested. Top leaders of other parties are also being arrested who are in the opposition, simply to allow for no holding of fair and free elections. Free and fair elections cannot be possible if this goes on, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi has said in court. Sneha.
All right, Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing on behalf of the Delhi Chief Minister. The remand hearing in court is currently underway. He calls Arvind Kejriwal the kingpin of this scam. Also going to go across to Shreya. Shreya continues to be with us from the ED office right now. Shreya, what more can you tell us? All right, we'll connect with Shreya in a moment from now. All right, we have in fact a first reaction of the Delhi Chief Minister after his arrest late last night. Listen in. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है. This is what Arvind Kejriwal has said. अंदर है या बाहर, मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है. Paulmi continues to be with us. In fact, we'll just go back to Paulmi in a second from now. Listen in to the Delhi Chief Minister once again.
जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो.
Tax reassessment proceedings. The Prime Minister is on a two-day visit to Bhutan. He is welcomed by Prime Minister Shering Togbay. Attends various programs aimed at cementing the India-Bhutan partnership amid rising Chinese threat. And straight to these developments from Bhutan, where the Prime Minister is in Thimphu, meeting the people there. Let's take a look.
विश्व के लिए प्रेरणा बनेगी. इसी तरह कोविड-19 ग्लोबल
report. The Delhi Chief Minister is physically present. In fact, I'll also go across to my colleagues joining us with the very latest on that. First to Paulmi Saha. For more on that, she is at the Rouse Avenue Court right now. Paulmi, the very latest as far as the arguments of Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal is concerned.
That's right. Nalini Sharma, our colleague, our legal correspondent, is reporting from inside the courtroom. Abhishek Manu Singhvi says that there must be a bridge between the material they have and the reason to believe that someone is guilty. That you need to have material evidence against someone to believe that that person is guilty. Every action of the ED is expected to be transparent. ED cannot be vindictive in its conduct, is what he says. There is a sense of glee that they've got him, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi has charged the Enforcement Directorate with, that there is a sense of glee that they've got him right now. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is, of course, taking the court through PMLA provisions. Very importantly, just a short while ago, Sneha, he said for the first time in the history of India, a sitting chief minister has been arrested. For the first time, all top leaders of a party have been placed under arrest before elections. Free and fair elections are part of the basic structure of the constitution. This kind of non-level playing field cannot be allowed. So what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is suggesting is that this is all being done in order to create a skewed field as far as the electoral arena is concerned going into the Lok Sabha elections, that a sitting chief minister has been arrested. Top leaders of other parties are also being arrested who are in the opposition, simply to allow for no holding of fair and free elections. Free and fair elections cannot be possible if this goes on, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi has said in court. Sneha.
All right, Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing on behalf of the Delhi Chief Minister. The remand hearing in court is currently underway. ED calls Arvind Kejriwal the kingpin of this scam. Also going to go across to Shreya. Shreya continues to be with us from the ED office right now. Shreya, what more can you tell us? All right, we'll connect with Shreya in a moment from now. All right, we have in fact a first reaction of the Delhi Chief Minister after his arrest late last night. Listen in.
मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या.
मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है. This is what Arvind Kejriwal has said. अंदर है या बाहर, मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है. Paulmi continues to be with us. In fact, we'll just go back to Polmy in a second from now. Listen in to the Delhi Chief Minister once again.
जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर
Polmy continues to be with us. That's the first reaction, Polmy, of the Delhi Chief Minister, saying that मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, अंदर हो या बाहर.
That's right. The Chief Minister, of course, spoke with the media persons as he arrived at the Rouse Avenue Court earlier today. He is inside the courtroom as we speak. He said, "Mera jeevan desh ke liye samarpit hai, chahe andar ho ya bahar." Clearly saying that he will continue the fight against, the leadership, the central leadership, the ruling party. It remains to be seen, of course, how the Aam Aadmi Party strategizes this going ahead as well, because the Chief Minister is, of course, in the Enforcement Directorate's custody, and the ED is at the moment arguing for 10 days remand of the Chief Minister, where of course he will be undergoing custodial interrogation. It's possible that there could be a confrontation with K. Kavita as well, which the Enforcement Directorate could have in order to, of course, spill more light on what they believe this entire scam is all about, because they've already alleged collusion between Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita today in court, saying that they had a meeting where Arvind Kejriwal told K. Kavita that they should be working together on the Delhi excise policy case. So that is going to be extremely significant if that confrontation takes place inside the ED headquarters after the Enforcement Directorate gets custody of Arvind Kejriwal again. That is a matter which will be, of course, decided upon by the court. Arguments from the Enforcement Directorate's end are over. Abhishek Manu Singhvi continues to, of course, argue against it, saying that there is absolutely no need for custodial interrogation. Why is it that they need custodial interrogation? To establish a money trail. He says that 80% of the people haven't mentioned his name. Neither have they said that they met him. 80% plus people have mentioned no dealings with Kejriwal. Let me deal with those who have mentioned him. Abhishek Manu Singhvi says, if someone who's working under my complainant gives a statement against me, can this court count this as evidence, is what Singhvi asked. So if someone working under Arvind Kejriwal gives a statement against Arvind Kejriwal, can that simply be counted as evidence because someone gave a statement? There is no material evidence to show any wrongdoing, he says. No incriminating material has been found. Statements have been obtained by ED through barter. Through barter. That's a huge statement that Abhishek Manu Singhvi is saying. Remember, earlier he tried to suggest that there was a sequence of events to people who were picked up as accused in this investigation, They were being denied bail constantly by court, and then it was coerced out of them that they would give a statement naming Arvind Kejriwal, over which then they would be in fact given bail, and the Enforcement Directorate would concede bail in court. They would miraculously turn approvers allegedly and name Arvind Kejriwal. So what Singhvi is saying is that in order to unleash political vendetta, powers of the ED are being misused. Statements of co-accused are obtained under the garb of being lenient. It's a complete abuse of process. So statements have been obtained by the Enforcement Directorate through barter, and statements of co-accused are obtained under the garb of being lenient. It's a complete abuse of power. So there is a barter system that is underway. This kind of barter is done by the ED openly, says Abhishek Manu Singhvi.
All right, now the crux of the argument that is being made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi is that where are the grounds for arrest, Paulami? You just can't arrest because you have the power to. What are you going to achieve by making this arrest of the Delhi Chief Minister is the question that you're asking. Now the attempt is to establish the money trail. What will this arrest do is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing.
That's right. He's challenging, in fact, the necessity to arrest Arvind Kejriwal. There has to be, he says, a causal link between your reason to believe that someone is culpable of a certain crime that you're accusing them of, and then, of course, the material evidence. Just to establish money trail, why do you need custodial interrogation? He can answer your questions as it is. Why is it that you need to take him into custody in order to establish an alleged money trail? He says that witnesses or those who have been accused in this case as well have been turned into approvers because the Enforcement Directorate is using a barter system that they're using openly when they're basically saying that these accused will be denied bail till a certain point of time, and when they name Arvind Kejriwal in their statements, they are granted bail immediately. The ED concedes bail in the courtroom. So that is the allegation which is being leveled. The necessity of arrest is being questioned. Just because you have the power to arrest doesn't mean that you have to exercise it. You have to establish a strong causal link. He says 80% of the people whose statements are being cited did not mention Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, did not allegedly have any sort of dealings with Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. So why do you need to keep him in custody?
Well, absolutely. Details that we have with us right now of the arguments that are being made in court. In fact, these are the arguments that are being made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi. A while ago, in fact, Arvind Kejriwal reacted to these developments, saying that my life is dedicated to the country even if I am behind bars, is what Arvind Kejriwal has said. Politically speaking, Paulami, I'm going to come to you for more on that and how the manner in which the entire opposition is rallying around this entire issue. The arrest of Arvind Kejriwal, which has once again united the opposition, all of them speaking in the same voice, talking about how this is just a classic example of the BJP out to destroy the opposition.
That's right. In fact, we are getting reports that a multi-party delegation will be going before the Election Commission as well at 5 p.m. today. And the issue is the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. Remember that Abhishek Manu Singhvi has already said in court that this is being done in order to stifle the process of holding free and fair elections. In the history of the country, a sitting chief minister has been arrested, and all top leaders of parties that pose a challenge to the Bharatiya Janata Party, to the ruling party, are in fact being, in a sense, victimized, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is saying, that this is so that free and fair elections cannot take place. He's challenging the same right now. Now, just to go through some of the arguments which he's making as far as, that barter system that he's alleging that takes place, which the ED is basically orchestrating. He says, first, Sharath Reddy. He's making a statement. Last year, in 2022, he made a statement. One day after his statement, he's arrested. Non-cooperation is the ground of arrest. He makes a statement, you arrest him a day later, you say non-cooperation. If non-cooperation is a ground of arrest, we can just do away with Article 21, is what Singhvi says. How can non-cooperation be a ground of arrest? Sharath Reddy was arrested one day after he gave a statement that did not mention Arvind Kejriwal at all. 5 months later, he says he agreed to pay a part of money. He takes the name of Kavita. 1 month after that, Sharath Reddy is granted bail. High Court records that ED has no objection to bail. Are you arguing Reddy's cancellation of bail is what the judge then intervenes and asks Mr. Singhvi, because he seems to be asking questions as to how exactly was he being denied bail earlier, and suddenly he was being granted bail and the Enforcement Directorate did not object to the same in the court. So the judge asks, are you arguing Reddy's cancellation of bail? This is a remand hearing, is what the judge Kaveri Baveja has just reminded Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi. He says, Mr. Singhvi, Reddy was pardoned in 2023. Pardoned is the word that has been used by Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Of course, he will sing like a canary. Is this the job of the prosecution, to make people say anything by hook or by crook? Now, let's come to Raghav Magunta, another one of the individuals who's been accused in this case, turned approver. In 2022, Raghav says he does not know about anyone. So that is what, it has come to light that what he says. Raghav was arrested apparently for criminal conspiracy. He says, I never even heard of Buchi Babu and others. Buchi Babu, the chartered accountant of K. Kavita in this case, who allegedly has named K. Kavita because of which she at the moment is in jail in ED's custody. Raghav Magunta Reddy is who we're speaking about right now. So he is right now going through certain individuals who have given statements that name Mr. Kejriwal, and what Mr. Singhvi is trying to prove is that it seemed like when they were picked up, their statements did not have his name. Suddenly, they changed their statement, and later on, the Enforcement Directorate, as they were produced in court, whenever their remand got over, their stipulated remand got over, they were produced in court, Enforcement Directorate was not objecting to bail being granted to these individuals. So he's spoken about Sharath Reddy, he's speaking about Raghav Magunta Reddy right now, who of course belongs to the YSR CP.
Exclusive video that we have with us. India Today questions Arvind Kejriwal's lawyer Abhishek Manu Singhvi on the charge that has been made by the ED as far as calling him a kingpin of this scam is concerned. Singhvi says, I have said whatever I've had to say in court.
So ED has called him the kingpin of this scam. How do you respond to this?
What I have to say, I've said in court. I don't want to engage on cameras. Sorry, thanks a lot.
So ED has called him the kingpin of this scam. How do you respond to this?
What I have to say, I've said in court. I don't want to engage on cameras. Sorry, thanks a lot.
All right, Abhishek Anand is getting asked more details on that story. Abhishek, in fact, the lawyer of Arvind Kejriwal here, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, they're not willing to comment on what has been said. But today, in fact, these very strong statements are made by the ED before the court, saying that whatever happened was because Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister, was the kingpin of this.
Well, ED has made it very clear that it was Arvind Kejriwal who has actually orchestrated the entire alleged liquor gate scam. He was the one who actually told people that this is how it is going to be done, and this was vehemently opposed by the defending lawyers. Now, Abhishek Manu Singhvi is out of the court now, but the argument is still going on. Mr. Chaudhary, Advocate Chaudhary, who is appearing on behalf of Kejriwal, has opposed the ground of ED on which ED arrested Arvind Kejriwal, claiming that 9 summons were sent to him and he responded to none. But the lawyer claims that all the 9 summons were responded, and he is producing all the documents, claiming that this cannot be the ground. Remember the meeting which was held inside the courtroom between Kejriwal and the team of lawyers, and the primary motive of today's defense of Kejriwal was to stop this arrest, to actually not only quash this arrest, but also stop ED from seeking 10 days custody of Kejriwal.
All right, I'm also going to go across to Paulami for a quick update as to what really is happening in court right now. Paulami, what more can you tell us about the developments from court? We've seen the lawyer of Arvind Kejriwal leave the court. I believe that the arguments have concluded. Can you tell us more?
That's right. Arvind Kejriwal, in fact, had been taken out of court for a brief while, but he's been, in fact, brought back to the court premises. He had gone to, of course, the washroom is what we're being told. So this is, of course, in the course of the hearing. So the hearing still, of course, continues at the moment. What we do know that Mr. Singhvi, of course, you saw how our colleague did try to question him about the allegation that has been levelled by the Enforcement Directorate that he, in fact, Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin of this scam. He, of course, chose not to respond to that same, saying that, he's spoken in the court already, and that is all that he's had to say. Now, the arguments, of course, continue in court as we speak as well. So those arguments continue. As far as Advocate Chaudhary is concerned, he is continuing to argue, saying remand copy is a replica of the grounds of arrest. He is arguing on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal. So this is again a point which was raised by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, saying that the grounds of arrest which has been submitted, which is 28 pages long, looks exactly the same. The remand copy looks exactly the same like the grounds of arrest. So it's exactly a copy-paste. There's nothing new that the Enforcement Directorate is saying as it seeks remand and a remand of Arvind Kejriwal. After being told on January 12th that I'm not being called as the Chief Minister, their opening line in the remand is Arvind Kejriwal, Chief Minister of Delhi. So that's a point of argument which has been made by the advocate over here. As far as this case is concerned, he says that the Enforcement Directorate told the High Court that we haven't decided whether to arrest him or not. Now, this is mischief. Remember, it was said at that point of time earlier that the Enforcement Directorate had, in the case of K. Kavita, for instance, that the Enforcement Directorate had given an undertaking in court that they would not be taking any coercive action against her, something that she used as well in her plea. But the Enforcement Directorate said that, we said nothing of the kind. It was alleged that the Enforcement Directorate tried to slyly withdraw that commitment which was made before the court, before they proceeded on the very same day to Hyderabad to arrest K. Kavita. So this is what, Mr. Chaudhary, who is in fact, defending Arvind Kejriwal has to say. They gave it to me in writing on January 12th that I'm being called in my personal capacity and not as the Chief Minister. But the first line of the remand copy says Arvind Kejriwal, Chief Minister of Delhi, is what we're hearing. ED was waiting all this time to arrest me just now so that they can stop me from contesting elections. Contesting elections is the right of every person. How can a sitting Chief Minister be arrested without any compliance with the laws?
All right, these are arguments that are being made again, that ED was waiting all this while, that they deliberately did this is what is being said. Timed it in such a way, and this has been said in the past as well, when Arvind Kejriwal was not, in fact, arrested by the ED, that they will, in fact, arrest me around the elections to stop me from campaigning, is what has been said in the past as well. Pauline.
That's right. He has said this in the past, and what we can break right now, what Nalini, in fact, is reporting, Sneha, from inside the courtroom, Kejriwal's lawyers have moved an application for rejection of remand, and the Enforcement Directorate and Kejriwal lawyers accusing one another of playing to the gallery as we speak. So this is what she's telling us. On the sidelines, it appears that the lawyers, the counsels representing the Enforcement Directorate and Kejriwal are accusing each other of playing to the gallery. But what we can update right now, that while the Enforcement Directorate has sought 10 days remand of Arvind Kejriwal, custodial interrogation is what they want, Arvind Kejriwal's lawyers have moved an application for rejection of remand.
All right, getting in details from the court, even as we speak, arguments are being made. Abhishek Anand also continues to be with us. Abhishek, a series of arguments that have been made by, in fact, Arvind Kejriwal's lawyers, including Abhishek Manu Singhvi, senior counsel there. Also, the ED making a case saying that, this is not just what we are saying. We have proof to show that money changed hands. There was a Hawala transaction and money traveled to Goa for the elections, to Punjab for the elections, and we have proof of the same. A set of arguments made at the very outset by the Enforcement Directorate today in Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court.
Well, the argument of Enforcement Directorate is very clear that money has changed hands, but the counter argument from the Aam Aadmi Party inside the court and outside the court is, where is the money? The Enforcement Directorate, which is actually investigating the case since long, has not been able to recover the money from any of the accused so far, despite of hundreds of summons which were sent in this particular case. Now, the motive of the entire argument is from the Kejriwal side is to reject the remand application. Remember, again and again, the meeting between Kejriwal and his team of lawyers is on this point only. This is the most important issue which is being discussed right now. The entire team of Kejriwal is trying not to let ED get the remand of Kejriwal for 10 days, which they are seeking on the grounds of, not appearing on 9 of the summons. Now, what's happening inside the court is both of the sides, the ED and the Kejriwal's defense lawyers it's a kind of a heated argument which is going inside, and of course Kejriwal's lawyers are not going to let ED take the remand so easily. They are trying to put as many proofs as they can to prove that ED is playing to the gallery.
All right.
Yes.
Abhishek Anand is getting us those details. Paulimi also continues to be at the Rouse Avenue Court. Mosmi is tracking those details as well. A quick word from Mosmi also. Mosmi, this is playing out politically as we've seen, and obviously the manner in which the opposition has rallied behind this issue. They're in fact collectively moving Election Commission today. They're approaching the Election Commission with a complaint. Talk to us a little about that as well.
You're absolutely correct, Sneha, there that this battle is being fought in the court and also on the political field where, the India bloc members would be going to the Election Commission. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, Arvind Kejriwal's lawyer, has also reached the Election Commission. So clearly he would be citing the grounds on which Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested and how it judges the entire level playing field. Abhishek Manu Singhvi had reiterated that in the court as well, saying you arrest a sitting chief minister, you arrest the entire bandwagon of the top leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party, and this is the election season. So how is he or the Aam Aadmi Party supposed to get a level playing field? It is the right of any person to contest elections. You arrest me now, this timing of it all, you're depriving me of contesting elections, which is my fundamental right. So clearly the opposition there, you have a political argument that's also been cited at the Rouse Avenue Court in front of the judge, and now that plea is going to reach the Election Commission. On the other hand, the ED has been saying that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin and he is the master mind because he heads the entire Aam Aadmi Party. It's a one-man army as far as decision making is concerned, and that's why they've also cited the organizational structure of the Aam Aadmi Party to say that it's not only his role vis-a-vis the way he's impacted others playing to the gallery is clearly evident, and that's why we need to arrest him so that we can take him in remand so that we can interrogate him. So
all right.
A tit for tat, battle and tussle, Sneha, playing out here, and here you can see this, that there is some okay, we can see the rapid action force right there. This is the Rouse Avenue Court, and we've seen that in the morning at the ITO. Now force being increased because it's time, maybe after the court gives its verdict. This is police personnel marching in with the rapid action force, and security at the highest level here increased. Clearly, even the Delhi police has left nothing to chance as far as, curtailing any protests by the Aam Aadmi Party workers are concerned. You can see a battery of...
Oh, it must be getting these pictures from Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court, where security has been beefed up even as we await an order from the court. I'm going to come back to you, Mosmi, to Paulimi. Abhishek Anand, the biggest team of reporters, getting us those details. Pooja also continues to be with us. Amit Bhardwaj tracking that big story for us. Delhi Chief Minister's arrest. The hearing for his remand is underway at Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court. It's time for a break. You're back in 2 minutes. Court The Delhi Chief Minister is physically present. In fact, I'll also go across to my colleagues joining us with the very latest on that. First to Paulami Saha. For more on that, she is at the Rouse Avenue Court right now. Paulami, the very latest as far as the arguments of Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal is concerned.
That's right. Nalini Sharma, our colleague, our legal correspondent, is reporting from inside the courtroom. Abhishek Manu Singhvi says that there must be a bridge between the material they have and the reason to believe that someone is guilty. That you need to have material evidence against someone to believe that that person is guilty. Every action of the ED is expected to be transparent. ED cannot be vindictive in its conduct, is what he says. There is a sense of glee that they've got him, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi has charged the Enforcement Directorate with, that there is a sense of glee that they've got him right now. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is, of course, taking the court through PMLA provisions. Very importantly, just a short while ago, Sneha, he said for the first time in the history of India, a sitting chief minister has been arrested. For the first time, all top leaders of a party have been placed under arrest before elections. Free and fair elections are part of the basic structure of the constitution. This kind of non-level playing field cannot be allowed. So what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is suggesting is that this is all being done in order to create a skewed field as far as the electoral arena is concerned going into the Lok Sabha elections, that a sitting chief minister has been arrested. Top leaders of other parties are also being arrested who are in the opposition, simply to allow for no holding of fair and free elections. Free and fair elections cannot be possible if this goes on, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi has said in court. Sneha.
All right, Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing on behalf of the Delhi Chief Minister. The remand hearing in court is currently underway. ED calls Arvind Kejriwal the kingpin of this scam. Also going to go across to Shreya. Shreya continues to be with us from the ED office right now. Shreya, what more can you tell us? All right, we'll connect with Shreya in a moment from now. All right, we have in fact a first reaction of the Delhi Chief Minister after his arrest late last night. Listen in. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है. This is what Arvind Kejriwal has said. अंदर है या बाहर, मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है. Paulami continues to be with us. In fact, we'll just go back to Paulami in a second from now. Listen in to the Delhi Chief Minister once again.
जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर. मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, संगति थे और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर
Palmi continues to be with us. That's the first reaction, Palmi, of the Delhi Chief Minister, saying that more news coming in. The AAP has hit the streets in Delhi. That's the story we're getting it. This all up. Delhi MLAs and MCD councillors are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence in the National Capital. Cadre marching towards the Chief Minister's residence, already barricaded, heavy police presence. In this part of the Delhi city, Section 144 has already been imposed. However, it's not stopping the MCD councillors there and other leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, the MLAs and councillors from marching towards the Delhi Chief Minister's residence. Amit Bharadwaj is getting us more details on that story. Amit, this obviously is going to lead to a lot of chaos. But the cadre here unrelenting in spite of Section 144. They're marching towards the Delhi Chief Minister's house there.
The AAP MLAs and AAP councillors are heading towards Arvind Kejriwal's residence. The barricades are there and the Delhi police is not allowing the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs to move forward and further. Adil Khan is with us. Your MLAs are not being allowed to go inside to meet Arvind Kejriwal's family.
देखिए, हम सुबह से बात बार-बार कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के परिवार को कल से हाउस अरेस्ट कर रखा है दिल्ली पुलिस ने। आज ये इस बात की दलील है, दिल्ली के चुने हुए विधायक, दिल्ली के चुने हुए पार्षद माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के परिवार से मिलने आए हैं।
और दलील दी जा रही है?
देखिए, हाउस अरेस्ट बोल रहे हैं कि नहीं मिलने दिया जाएगा, बैरिकेड लगा रखा है, डबल बैरिकेड, गेट बंद कर रखा है। इससे साफ ये जाहिर है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की फैमिली को कल से गिरफ्तार कर रखा है, हाउस अरेस्ट कर रखा है। एक बात और, आज हम लोगों को सूचना मिली है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के घर सुबह दूध भी नहीं जाने दिया गया है। तो दिल्ली पुलिस जिस तरीके से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के परिवार को प्रताड़ित कर रही है, ये आज पूरा देश देख रहा है। एक चुने हुए विधायक, 3 बार के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री से मिलने नहीं, उनके परिवार से मिलने नहीं जा सकते।
Big allegations coming from Aam Aadmi Party, elected MLAs and elected councillors, elected representatives of Aam Aadmi Party not being allowed to meet Arvind Kejriwal's family. That is the allegation coming from AAP leader Adil Khan, and these are all MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party who have been stopped at the barricades which leads to the Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and this is the Flagstaff Marg gate which has been blocked from Rajpura Road end as well, and all these MLAs are trying to enter the Flagstaff Marg in order to meet Arvind Kejriwal's family. Bhagwant Mann, Punjab CM, had also come here. He had gone to meet Arvind Kejriwal's family. After meeting the family, Bhagwant Mann claimed that Arvind Kejriwal has been wrongly arrested in the excise policy case. His only crime is that he is eliminating BJP. He is fighting the Bharatiya Janata Party. And after Bhagwant Mann's meeting with Arvind Kejriwal's family now, many of the AAP MLAs, ministers, councillors, Delhi Mayor Shali Oberoi, everyone has reached here and they want to meet Arvind Kejriwal's family. And you just look at these images coming from Flagstaff Marg, from the Rajpura Road end. All MLAs and councillors sitting on dharna, demanding that they should be allowed to enter the barricades. The chief whip of Aam Aadmi Party in Assembly is with us, Dilip Pandey. What is being told, conveyed by the Delhi police, why you are not allowed to meet the family?
यही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, दुखद है। समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि पूरे परिवार का जब इस केस में कोई गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई तो परिवार के लोगों से मिलने क्यों नहीं दिया जा रहा। भाई, यहाँ पे इलेक्टेड एमएलएज हैं, यहाँ पे काउंसलर्स हैं और ये सब पीड़ित हैं, दुखी हैं, परेशान हैं, परिवार भी परेशान है। आप ये कहना चाहते हैं कि आप परिवार से सहानुभूति के 4 शब्द कहने नहीं आ सकते, तो ये तो मतलब अघोषित आपातकाल है। और मुझे लगता है
also show of strength, show of unity by आप
कोई शो ऑफ नहीं है भाई। हम सब लोग अरविंद केजरीवाल से इमोशनली जुड़े हुए लोग हैं। हम परिवार के साथ मिलना चाहते हैं, अपनी संवेदनाएं व्यक्त करना चाहते हैं। आपने तानाशाही मचा रखी है, आपने आपातकाल लगा रखा है कि आप चुने हुए जनप्रतिनिधियों को गुंडे मावाली समझ रहे हैं, यहाँ पे बैरिकेड लगा के रोका। अरे मैं जाने दो, हम मिल के चले जाएंगे।
One more question. Your senior leader of the party, India bloc, has come together on this issue. They are going to meet Election Commission at 5 p.m. raising question mark on arrest of national convener of a national party.
बिल्कुल सही बात है, यही स्टैंड हमारा कोर्ट के अंदर भी है। ईडी ने जो अरेस्ट किया है, हेस में किया है और बगैर किसी ग्राउंड के किया है, उनकी पूरी अरेस्ट जो इलीगल है, इसी को हम चैलेंज कर रहे हैं। क्योंकि ऑलरेडी हाई कोर्ट ने हमारी अपील के ऊपर सीधे उसको एक्सेप्ट करने से मना करते हुए ये कहा कि भाई 2 हफ्ते का समय लो, आओ फिर हम देखेंगे कोर्ट से पेश। तो ऐसी कौन सी जल्दीबाजी थी? ये जल्दीबाजी ईडी की नहीं थी, ये जल्दीबाजी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की थी और इसी जल्दीबाजी में ये अवैधानिक गिरफ्तारी हुई है। इसके ग्राउंड को हम कोर्ट के अंदर चैलेंज कर रहे हैं।
Okay. So we'll also get you visuals. That was Dilip Kumar Pandey, Chief Whip of Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi Assembly, saying that this is illegal arrest and why BJP was in such a hurry to arrest Arvind Kejriwal. And out here now, narebaji is happening by Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, by councillors, by Delhi Mayor, and it is all happening in front of the barricades at the Rajpura Road end of Flagstaff. Mark Durgesh Pathak, who is in charge of MCD, is also there leading the sloganeering near Arvind Kejriwal's residence. So all this action unfolding in the national capital after the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. Rakhi Birlan is here, the Deputy Speaker of Delhi Assembly. Rakhi, 5 बजे इंडिया अलायंस के लोग इलेक्शन कमीशन से मिल रहे हैं, गिरफ्तारी के खिलाफ वो इलेक्शन कमीशन से मिलने जा रहे हैं। आप लोग यहाँ नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं, तो कुल मिला के क्या एक राजनीतिक मोमेंट भी बनाने की कोशिश है चुनावों को लेकर?
नहीं, देखिए बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। आजाद भारत में आज तक इस तरह से नहीं हुआ कि अगर केंद्र में जिसकी सरकार है उसके उलट विपक्ष में अगर किसी की राज्य सरकार है, संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का आप दुरुपयोग करेंगे, आप बैंक अकाउंट्स को सीज कर देंगे, आप जो है पार्टियों को तोड़ देंगे, सरकारों को तोड़ देंगे, जो झुकेंगे नहीं, जो दबेंगे नहीं, आप उनको जेल में डाल देंगे और फिर पीछे जो परिवार रह जाता है उनको आप हाउस अरेस्ट कर देंगे। आज हम परिवार से मिलने आए हैं, हमारे बुजुर्ग माँ बाप हैं, धर्मपत्नी है मुख्यमंत्री जी की, उनके 2 बेटे हैं, सांत्वना बताने आए हैं, उनके साथ बात करने के लिए आए हैं। हाउस अरेस्ट करा हुआ है, सब आप देखिए, आपके आसपास चुने हुए विधायक हैं, चुने हुए पार्षद हैं, लेकिन इस तरह की गुंडागर्दी और तानाशाही तो बेहद लोकतंत्र के अंदर ये काला दिन और काला इतिहास के तरीके से देखा जाएगा।
So आप MLAs claiming that Arvind Kejriwal's family has been put in house arrest because these councillors, MLAs, are not being allowed to meet Arvind Kejriwal's family. Back to you.
All right, all that drama that is playing out in Delhi city as we speak. These are pictures, in fact, coming in from the national capital where our councillors, Delhi MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party are marching towards the residence, even as we are on a standby to hear from the court and what they have to say about the remand that is being demanded by the Enforcement Directorate. 10 days is what they've asked. You know, Amit, talk to us about the kind of arrangements and preparations that have been made, because what I'm expecting is mayhem on the streets of Delhi, if at all, and we don't know just yet. ED has its way and gets at least 10 days for Arvind Kejriwal.
Sneha, let's be sure about the fact that Aam Aadmi Party's protest started last night and it will continue in the days to come. And Aam Aadmi Party has laid down the preparations for this particular movement in the past couple of months. The day first summon was served to Arvind Kejriwal, that was the day of shock for the leadership of Aam Aadmi Party. But after that, the party knew that the ED will be knocking on the doors of Aam Aadmi Party national convener sooner or later, and that happened yesterday in the evening after Delhi High Court refused to give Arvind Kejriwal protection. So these protests which is happening right now outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence is against Delhi police claiming that they are not being allowed to move forward to show solidarity to Arvind Kejriwal's family. And these councillors, MLAs are saying that all they want to do is show solidarity to the family. They want to meet Arvind Kejriwal's wife and his parents and also apprise them to the fact that the party stands united with the family. And out here, the narebaji, the sloganeering continues at Rajpura Road, end of Flagstaff Marg. What is important out here is that Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was in the national capital. He met the family members of Arvind Kejriwal, his parents, and after that he claimed that, democracy is in danger. Arvind Kejriwal's arrest is illegal, and he also said that Arvind Kejriwal is being targeted because he is the main accused in eliminating the BJP. So that was the kind of statement given out by Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. Importantly, India Alliance is to meet Election Commission over arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. And out here, before that important crucial visual, we are bringing you these visuals of sloganeering at Flagstaff.
Okay, there is in fact sloganeering which is happening. MLA councillors of the Aam Aadmi Party, MLA and councillors of the Aam Aadmi Party are raising slogans against the Enforcement Directorate and against the Bharatiya Janata Party. We'll keep going back to Amit for more on that, and we are staying focused as far as the developments from Delhi is concerned. Politics erupts over Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. Late night arrest of the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal following his questioning and searches at his residence has raised a political storm. Arvind Kejriwal was arrested by the ED in connection with the now scrapped Delhi liquor policy without backing its supremo and saying Arvind Kejriwal will run the Delhi government from jail. Delhi Minister Atishi has slammed the BJP, saying the centre was targeting AAP netas and that the BJP wants to finish off the opposition. India Bloc members have come out in support of Arvind Kejriwal, questioning the timing of this arrest. India Bloc leaders have accused the BJP of misusing central agencies. Meanwhile, BJP hailed the decision, saying that law must take its course, accusing Arvind Kejriwal of being the kingpin in the excise policy scam. The Saffron clan went on to question as to why Arvind Kejriwal skipped 9 summons by the ED.
मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये बताना चाहती हूं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल सिर्फ एक मुख्यमंत्री नहीं है, अरविंद केजरीवाल सिर्फ एक नेता नहीं है, अरविंद केजरीवाल एक विचार है, अरविंद केजरीवाल एक प्रेरणा है, अरविंद केजरीवाल वो आदमी है जो अपनी IRS की नौकरी छोड़कर, इनकम टैक्स की नौकरी छोड़कर दिल्ली की सड़कों पर उतरा था इस देश के लोकतंत्र को बचाने के लिए, इस देश के संविधान को बचाने के लिए।
ये कह रहे हैं कल रात से कि ये विद्वेष की भावना से हो रहा है। 2 महीने या 1 महीना चुनाव को बाकी रह गया, इसलिए ये किया जा रहा है। लोकतंत्र खत्म हो चुका है। मैं आतिशी जी से, गोपाल राय जी से और आम आदमी पार्टी से पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कोर्ट लोकतंत्र को खत्म करना चाह रहा है? क्या कोर्ट विद्वेष की भावना से आपके खिलाफ कार्रवाई कर रहा है? ये किस प्रकार का आरोप लगाते हैं? और देखिए, राहुल गांधी की संगत में रहते रहते राहुल गांधी के लक्षण आने लगे हैं। राहुल गांधी विदेश में जाकर लोकतंत्र को गालियां देते हैं, लोकतांत्रिक संस्थाओं को गालियां देते हैं, शक्ति से लेकर जनशक्ति को गालियां देते हैं। ये देश में रहकर देश के लोकतंत्र को कलंकित करते हैं।
जिस तरह से चुने हुए मुख्यमंत्री को कोर्ट में मैटर विचाराधीन होने के बावजूद आनन फानन में रात के अंधेरे में कल गिरफ्तार किया गया, ये इस बात को दिखा रहा है कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री किसी भी कीमत पर लोकतंत्र की हत्या करना चाहते हैं और सभी विपक्ष के लोगों को जेल में डाल करके वो किसी भी तरह से चुनाव जीत करके इस देश में तानाशाही को स्थापित करना चाहते हैं।
आप तो अपने आप को दिल्ली का मालिक कहते हैं, असेंबली में खड़े होकर कहते हैं हम दिल्ली के मालिक हैं, हम दिल्ली के मालिक हैं। तो अब आपको पेश होना ही पड़ेगा अंतगतवा। आप तो दिल्ली के मालिक नहीं, आप तो एक कॉमन सिटीजन की तरह, आम आदमी पार्टी की तरह, आम आदमी की तरह हैं। तो उसी के चलते हुए ईडी ने उनको अरेस्ट किया है। आज कोर्ट में उनको हाजिर किया जाएगा और उसके बाद जो कार्रवाई होगी, जो लोग ऑलरेडी हैं, के कविता के जो साथी हैं या विजय नायर हैं, जो बाकी इनके साथी जो अप्रूवर हो चुके हैं, वो जो जानकारियां देंगे इनके सामने पेश की जाएगी और इनको उनके सामने बिठाया जाएगा।
जिस शख्स ने दिल्ली के लाखों बच्चों को विश्व स्तरीय शिक्षा दी, दिल्ली के बड़े बुजुर्गों को बेहतरीन और मुफ्त इलाज दिया, दिल्ली के लाखों परिवारों को मुफ्त बिजली दी, घर घर तक पानी पहुंचाया, बड़े बुजुर्गों को तीर्थ यात्रा करवाई और माताओं बहनों के लिए मुफ्त बस यात्रा का इंतजाम किया, आज उस शख्स को, अरविंद केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया। एक लंबे समय से यह आशंका जताई जा रही थी कि एक साजिश के तहत अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गिरफ्तार किया जाए।
The court had a chance to peruse the entire file of the ED. The ED presented all the evidence that they had against the Honorable CM before the courts. The judges perused the file and then refused to grant the interim protection. Clearly, there must be some very solid evidence against the Honorable Chief Minister. But I must say, when you repeatedly flout summons like this, then you actually force the arm of the Enforcement Directorate to come home, question you, and then take you away for custodial interrogation. Had he honored these summons in November 2023 itself, perhaps this situation would not have been created.
गिरफ्तारियां होती रही हैं राजनीति के अंदर। अंग्रेज़ों के ज़माने में भी गिरफ्तारियां हुआ करती थी, मगर जिस मानवीयता का अंग्रेज़ भी ध्यान रखते थे, सब देशों के अंदर जो न्यूनतम मानवीय मूल्य हैं, मिनिमम ह्यूमैनिटी है, उसका भी ध्यान नहीं रखा जा रहा।
2013 में जो प्रश्न अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने पूछा था कि भ्रष्ट लोग जेल कब जाएंगे, आज एक मैं छोटा सा कार्यकर्ता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, मैं कह सकता हूं कि 10 वर्षों के शासनकाल में इस देश ने एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन देखा। ये जो बड़े बड़े राजनेता सोचते थे कि हम कुछ भी करेंगे, करोड़ों खरबों का घोटाला कर लेंगे और हम एक परिवार की तरह रहेंगे, मैं तुम्हारा पीठ खुजाऊंगा, तुम मेरी पीठ खुजाना, और हम में से कोई जेल नहीं जाएगा, हम सब बच के रहेंगे, ये अब नहीं होने वाला है। मिस्टर केजरीवाल, people are going to jail, and if you are corrupt, people will continue to go to jail.
कोई भी विपक्ष का नेता, कोई भी विपक्ष का कोई लीडर अगर बीजेपी के जुल्म जबर के खिलाफ बोलता है तो उसके घर पे ईडी आती है, उसके घर पे सीबीआई आती है, इनकम टैक्स आती है, और ये अनडिक्लेयर्ड इमरजेंसी की तरह देश के हालात हो गए हैं।
मैंने उसके बारे में 2 बार लेटर लिखा, मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ। कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसे आदमी जो मेरे साथ काम करता था, और शराब के बारे में हम लोग आवाज उठाया था, आज वो शराब नीति बना रहा है, जिससे मुझे दुख हुआ।
All right, details of that story and much more up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. We'll continue to keep a very close eye on all those developments from Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court. But the hearing is still underway. The order is awaited on the remand that is being demanded by the Enforcement Directorate. 10 days is what they have asked. That continues to be our top focus story right here. It's time for a quick break. News continues in just 2 minutes.
You are watching India Today.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसा आदमी जो मेरे साथ काम करता था, और शराब के बारे में हम लोग आवाज उठाया था, आज वो शराब नीति बना रहा है, जिसका मुझे दुख हुआ। लेकिन करेगा क्या, सत्ता के सामने कुछ नहीं कर।
पूरी गुंडागर्दी है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के घर वालों को हाउस अरेस्ट किया हुआ है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की माताजी 1 दिन पहले अस्पताल से आई हैं, बेटे को अरेस्ट कर लिया, घर वालों को किसी से मिलने नहीं दिया जा रहा, शांतिपूर्ण प्रोटेस्ट रोका जा रहा है।
आईटीओ पे हम जा नहीं सकते। 1 मिनट आईटीओ पे आते हुए हुआ और उठा के पुलिस वाले हमको फेंक रहे हैं। पूरी तानाशाही है, सिर्फ और सिर्फ लोकसभा चुनाव जीतने के लिए ये तानाशाही की जा रही है। लोग जहां पे भी होंगे वहां पे प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे। ये प्रोटेस्ट रुकेगा नहीं, कभी भी दमन करने से क्रांति नहीं रुकी है। जितना भी प्रधानमंत्री दमन करेंगे, क्रांति और बढ़ेगी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
अरविंद केजरीवाल इस पूरे के पूरे एक्साइज पॉलिसी में, शराब घोटाले में एक कॉन्स्पिरेटर है। वो सरगना है, वो षड्यंत्रकारी है। जो साउथ ग्रुप, जो कई कंपनियों का अमेलगमेशन है, ये जो साउथ ग्रुप के कविता की थी, किस प्रकार से बैकडोर लगभग 100 करोड़ रुपए उन्होंने अरविंद केजरीवाल और अरविंद केजरीवाल के मित्रों को दिया, इसका भी ट्रेल ईडी ने बखूबी एस्टैब्लिश किया है, जिसका जिक्र ईडी ने अपने प्रेस रिलीज में दिया है। 2013 में जो प्रश्न अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने पूछा था कि भ्रष्ट लोग जेल कब जाएंगे, आज मैं छोटा सा कार्यकर्ता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, मैं कह सकता हूं कि 10 वर्षों के शासनकाल में इस देश ने एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन देखा। ये जो बड़े बड़े राजनेता सोचते थे कि हम कुछ भी करेंगे, करोड़ों खरबों का घोटाला कर लेंगे और हम एक परिवार की तरह रहेंगे, मैं तुम्हारा पीठ खुजाऊंगा, तुम मेरी पीठ खुजाना, और हम में से कोई जेल नहीं जाएगा, हम सब बच के रहेंगे, ये अब नहीं होने वाला है। मिस्टर केजरीवाल, people are going to jail, and if you are corrupt, people will continue to go to jail. अगर आप भ्रष्ट हैं तो आप जेल जाएंगे।
Sorry.
The Delhi Chief Minister is physically present. In fact, I'll also go across to my colleagues joining us with the very latest on that. First to Paulami Saha. For more on that, she is at the Rouse Avenue Court right now. Paulami, the very latest as far as the arguments of Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal is concerned.
That's right. Nalini Sharma, our colleague, our legal correspondent, is reporting from inside the courtroom. Abhishek Manu Singhvi says that there must be a bridge between the material they have and the reason to believe that someone is guilty. That you need to have material evidence against someone to believe that that person is guilty. Every action of the ED is expected to be transparent. ED cannot be vindictive in its conduct, is what he says. There is a sense of glee that they've got him, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi has charged the Enforcement Directorate with, that there is a sense of glee that they've got him right now. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is, of course, taking the court through PMLA provisions. Very importantly, just a short while ago, Sneha, he said for the first time in the history of India, a sitting chief minister has been arrested. For the first time, all top leaders of a party have been placed under arrest before elections. Free and fair elections are part of the basic structure of the constitution. This kind of non-level playing field cannot be allowed. So what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is suggesting is that this is all being done in order to create a skewed field as far as the electoral arena is concerned going into the Lok Sabha elections, that a sitting chief minister has been arrested. Top leaders of other parties are also being arrested who are in the opposition, simply to allow for no holding of fair and free elections. Free and fair elections cannot be possible if this goes on, is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi has said in court. Sneha.
All right, Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing on behalf of the Delhi Chief Minister. The remand hearing in court is currently underway. ED calls Arvind Kejriwal the kingpin of this scam. Also going to go across to Shreya. Shreya continues to be with us from the ED office right now. Shreya, what more can you tell us? All right, we'll connect with Shreya in a moment from now. All right, we have in fact a first reaction of the Delhi Chief Minister after his arrest late last night. Listen in.
मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या
मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है. This is what Arvind Kejriwal has said. अंदर है या बाहर, मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है. Paulmi continues to be with us. In fact, we'll just go back to Paulmi in a second from now. Listen in to the Delhi Chief Minister once again.
जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर। मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, और चाहे अंदर।
Palmi continues to be with us. That's the first reaction, Palmi, of the Delhi Chief Minister, saying that मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, अंदर हो या बाहर.
That's right. The Chief Minister, of course, spoke with the media persons as he arrived at the Rouse Avenue Court earlier today. He is inside the courtroom as we speak. He said, "Mera जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है, चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर." Clearly saying that he will continue the fight against, the leadership, the central leadership, the ruling party. It remains to be seen, of course, how the Aam Aadmi Party strategizes this going ahead as well, because the Chief Minister is, of course, in the Enforcement Directorate's custody, and the ED is at the moment arguing for 10 days remand of the Chief Minister, where of course he will be undergoing custodial interrogation. It's possible that there could be a confrontation with K. Kavita as well, which the Enforcement Directorate could have in order to, of course, spill more light on what they believe this entire scam is all about, because they've already alleged collusion between Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita today in court, saying that they had a meeting where Arvind Kejriwal told K. Kavita that they should be working together on the Delhi excise policy case. So that is going to be extremely significant if that confrontation takes place inside the ED headquarters after the Enforcement Directorate gets custody of Arvind Kejriwal again. That is a matter which will be, of course, decided upon by the court. Arguments from the Enforcement Directorate's end are over. Abhishek Manu Singhvi continues to, of course, argue against it, saying that there is absolutely no need for custodial interrogation. Why?
For defending Kejriwal last night outside his residence, they were literally standing for their destroyer. The man responsible for them being rank nobodies now on their own turf. A man whose rising power has forced even a Sandeep Dixit to abandon his sense of hurt over what happened to his mother in order to defend the man who dished it out to her. Second, and this actually makes things a whole lot worse in my view, few know that it was the Congress party itself that actually must take the credit for the Liquorgate investigation. Did you know that it was on the 3rd of June 2022 that the Delhi Congress first registered a complaint with the Delhi police regarding the Aam Aadmi Party government's liquor excise policy? I hold in my hand a copy of that complaint. In the months that followed, its most prominent faces have attacked the Aam Aadmi Party leadership, Ajay Makan and many others, spelling out in detail how they believe, how they allege that crores have been looted in the name of a government policy. In other words, the Congress party is now having to speak for a man arrested in a case that was literally the result of their original complaint. Now, let's assume for a second that the Congress party's argument holds water, that the BJP government's crackdown on opposition leaders and the misuse of agencies leaves the Congress party without the luxury of nursing its old hostilities and allowing the previous divides to prevail. That isn't hard to digest, considering that alliances are by their very nature layered with contradictions and hypocrisies. The BJP-led NDA has no shortage of its own internal contradictions and hypocrisies. But in this specific instance, viewer, the Congress is also signaling that in its fight against the Modi machine, it is willing to compromise on issues of alleged corruption. Remember, this case is still under investigation. That for reasons of survival and political pressures, it is willing to negotiate on an issue of corruption that the Congress party itself triggered. It was the genesis of this corruption investigation. This compromise is precisely what the Congress correctly accuses the BJP of when it comes to people like Ajit Pawar, Himanta Biswa Sarma, Shuvendu Adhikari, and a litany of others who've been accused of being admitted through the BJP's famous washing machine. What does the Congress stand on now when it stands for someone who has been arrested in a case that the Congress publicly and correctly takes credit for? Something that the Congress has been attacking Arvind Kejriwal for not years ago, but barely weeks and months ago. For the Congress party, a night of solidarity with a once sworn enemy is a sign of the times that goes beyond just the bread and butter compulsions, in my view, of everyday politics. It's a reminder that Indian politics just isn't for beginners. And now to give you a sense of how that position has actually shifted within the Congress on this very sensitive issue. Take a look at this.
कि ये सीधे के सीधे ओपन एंड शट भ्रष्टाचार का मामला है और ये बहुत बड़ा दिल्ली के अंदर शराब का लिकर का स्कैम हुआ है। केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी ये कह रहे हैं कि इनके साथ में बहुत बेइंसाफी हो रही है। क्या बेइंसाफी हो रही है इनके साथ में? दुख की बात यह है कि आम आदमी पार्टी जिसका निर्माण इसलिए हुआ था कि वो लोकपाल बनाएगा, आज लोकपाल भूल गए हैं और लिकर के अंदर, शराब के अंदर, इसी काम के अंदर वो लोग लग गए हैं।
I think it's truly a shocking development. Not only have they arrested a sitting chief minister of a state, but he's also the president of a national political party that has entered the electoral fray. Now, what's the point of a so-called free and fair election if two of the parties are handicapped in entering the race? I mean, you can't say I'm the biggest, strongest, fastest athlete and then tie the hands and feet of your opponent and say, now I'm going to win the race, I'm much better.
I want to bring in India Today's Preeti, my friend and colleague, who's been tracking all these political movements over the last many weeks on the road to 24. Preeti, on this specific Congress compulsion, they are part of the same alliance. Sandeep Dixit there, there's this whole history there of the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. How do you read this? Would last night have been like a tough pill to swallow for Congress leaders, or is this something that just goes?
What last night showed, Shiv, especially to the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, actually it ironed out a huge crease which they thought would be a huge speed bump going into the Lok Sabha elections where they are in alliance on 7 seats. Because if a Sandeep Dixit can come on ground in support of an Arvind Kejriwal, then it means something. Of course, the other part is that Sandeep Dixit is also vying for a ticket because Congress hasn't announced its 3 candidates where the 7th seat sharing arrangement is concerned. And he's eyeing for one of those seats. So, in terms of galvanizing the opposition together, see, the Congress stand is what, Chip? The Congress says, we are not saying that the Aam Aadmi Party is not guilty. We were the ones who flagged it because we thought there's something fishy in it. What we are saying is that this is misuse of agencies. And that is why you'll see the entire opposition, as you and I speak right now, cutting across party lines, march to the Election Commission of India, coming together. So, there are 2 ways to look at it. One, of course, will it galvanize the opposition? It has been able to do that, at least as of now, where optics are concerned. Of course, on the other, does it highlight the hypocrisy that exists in politics? Of course it does. Of course it highlights the hypocrisy of the Congress with its take on the Aam Aadmi Party. But, Shiv, I'd like to add, hypocrisy is not just privy in politics to the Congress or, to the Aam Aadmi Party.
Like I said,
I'll give you an example of the BJP. Forget about, all the whole washing machine allegations of an Ajit Pawar, you called him corrupt and you took him on, Himanta Biswa Sarma or a Suvendu Adhikari. I'll give you 2 very big examples. You had a Nitish Kumar, which on stage you had the Home Minister said कि अब हमेशा के लिए दरवाजे बंद हैं.
And then he came right back.
You called him unstable mentally. You went on stage and called Nitish Kumar unstable. How quickly you formed a government with him? Immediately. Right. On the other hand, you have TDP's Chandrababu Naidu, who's called the Prime Minister a terrorist and a Hitler. Now the BJP can swallow that bitter pill. So in comparison, the Congress's bitter pill is practically the same.
No, very true. And those are examples that I also mentioned, which is why these hypocrisies are bipartisan. But my follow-up question to that, Preeti, would be that given the implications of this relationship, given that this hypocrisy goes beyond just compulsions, the fact that the Congress has practically been erased from Delhi, as it were, has no power in Delhi, and that entire space has been occupied by the Aam Aadmi Party, that dynamic is a little different. So how does that sit with the Congress Party, having to speak for Arvind Kejriwal in this matter?
Now what's happening is, Shiv,
because it makes it seem like, this is a vichardhara ki ladai.
No, I'll tell you what. So the bitter pill to swallow for the Congress is not now. That pill was swallowed, with an equal or a large measure of water when the alliance was brokered. When you decided to be in bed with the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi and get into an alliance, that was the difficult part. Now for the Congress, now that you are in alliance, this is the best thing that the Congress can do. As a political outfit, your messaging has to be key. If Congress had not come yesterday, you're fighting 7 seats in the national capital. So your voter,
it would have looked bad if they hadn't come.
If your voter is going to see an Arvinder Lovely, is going to see a Subhash Kapoor, is going to see a Sandeep Dixit, and they're going to say, okay, maybe now. Because at least now your optics are right politically. Hypocrisy, of course, but it's politics. Politics is replete with hypocrisy.
Like I said, Indian politics is not for beginners. So in many ways, I actually doff my hat off to politicians if they're able to make these switches so completely. And I completely agree with Preeti. Like I said, these hypocrisies are not confined to one or two parties. The entire spectrum has layers and layers of these contradictions and hypocrisies. The NDA has its own. Preeti, thanks very much for that. We've got breaking news coming in now on Arvind Kejriwal's hearing. Okay, Kejriwal's remand hearing is currently underway. Remember, the Enforcement Directorate, which has already labelled Arvind Kejriwal as a kingpin in the Liquorgate scandal, has claimed destruction of evidence now. That's what the Enforcement Directorate is claiming in court. The ED says this case has a history of destruction of huge electronic evidence and that a large number of phones, they allege, have been destroyed. Arvind Kejriwal's lawyer says this arrest has taken place without any evidence. So, destruction of evidence is what is being alleged by the Enforcement Directorate in court.
की हेयरिंग के बारे में कुछ बोलेंगे सर?
नहीं, अभी चल रही है, मेरे को कहीं जाना था।
अच्छा, क्या आपने सर क्या ग्राउंड लिया है सर कस्टडी को अपोज करने के लिए सर?
सर कस्टडी कैसे अपोज कर रहे हैं?
अब हमने सबसे बड़ा ग्राउंड लिया कि ये लीगल अरेस्ट है, इनके खिलाफ कोई एविडेंस नहीं थी और 2 दिन पहले तो उन्होंने कहा कोई एविडेंस नहीं है और हाई कोर्ट में चूंकि हमारी प्रेयर इंटरिम कोई प्रोटेक्शन की नहीं मानी गई तो स्टेट अवे आके इन्होंने उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया। अब हमने कहा अरेस्ट भी कर लिया तो पुलिस रिमांड का कोई जस्टिफाइड ग्राउंड नहीं है।
जी, अभी क्या 10 दिन के तक तुम लोगों ने कस्टडी के लिए मांगा था?
हाँ जी, 10 दिन की पुलिस रिमांड।
10 दिन के थे? तो सर आपकी साइड से आर्गूमेंट जो है वो पूरे हो चुके हैं सर?
इंक्लूड नहीं हुए, बस अभी रिबटल कर रहा है।
Okay, I want to go straight across to our reporters now. Munish Pandey is at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. Polami, I'd like to start with. She's at the court where these remand proceedings are currently underway. Polami, what's happening in court right now? The Enforcement Directorate upping the ante, saying destruction of evidence is a defining feature of this case. They're talking about a huge amount of electronic evidence being destroyed, and this right after the Enforcement Directorate has actually said that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin, and they've now reserved the order on Kejriwal's remand. Polami.
That's right. That's right. The arguments are over. So the order has now been reserved. In some time from now, the order will be pronounced on the ED's application for 10 days remand of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The ED did make, the ASG speaking on behalf of the Enforcement Directorate did make rejoinder arguments towards the end. And one of those was what you just pointed out. The Enforcement Directorate said that this case has a history of destruction of huge electronic evidence. A large number of phones have been destroyed. Despite that, the Enforcement Directorate has done a wonderful job of investigating, is what the ASG has said on behalf of the Enforcement Directorate. The prosecution case has been tested and upheld by the Supreme Court. That is why bail was denied to Sisodia from the Supreme Court as well. This is what the ASG SV Raju has said in this case. So arguments over. He did object to several lawyers appearing on behalf of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal as well. But the order for the moment has been reserved. In a short while from now, we will know what the court's decision is.
Stay with me, Polami. The Enforcement Directorate lawyer, SV Raju, is speaking. Let's just listen in for a moment.
Depends on what happens during the remand, if at all remand is done.
So also money using Goa elections, as you said. So Mr. Singhvi,
don't ask me questions and arguing matter.
So Mr. Singhvi during the arguments had also claimed that the arrest was illegal and unlawful and should not have been done. Anything regarding that?
That is his perception.
Right. Thank you so much.
Remand order has just been reserved its order on Kejriwal's remand. The Delhi court has just reserved its order on Kejriwal's remand. So we'll have to wait and see what happens now. Polami, continue what you were telling us, your update on what the court has just said.
That's right. The order has been reserved. You heard, of course, our colleague Nalini Sharma, who's inside the courtroom, try and get in a word from the Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju, who appeared on behalf of the Enforcement Directorate, where he said that there has been a huge amount of destruction of electronic evidence in this case. Phones have been destroyed in this case. And as far as the prosecution's case is concerned, it has been upheld by the Supreme Court already, which is why Manish Sisodia was denied bail by the Supreme Court. So as far as their case is concerned, what the ASG has said in court is that it has already been upheld by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has seen merit in the arguments which have been made by the Enforcement Directorate, and hence Manish Sisodia, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, was denied bail in this case, and hence there are grounds for the arrest, of course, which has been carried out, and the additional remand that the ED is seeking, which is that of 10 days of Arvind Kejriwal.
Okay, 10 days remand is what the Enforcement Directorate has sought. That order has been reserved for the moment. Bringing in Munish as well. Munish, what are your sources telling you? What happens next now?
Well, ED is hopeful that they will be getting remand of at least 6 to 7 days, and once he is in ED custody, he might be confronted with some of the key accused in the case. But what is important here, Shiv, at this point of time, is that the arguments made by the Enforcement Directorate against Arvind Kejriwal and his alleged association in the entire excise policy scam. Now, one by one, if I can go through ED's remand copy, what they have alleged that Arvind Kejriwal was not only the conspirator, but he was a kingpin. And to indicate that what ED has alleged, they also gave the statements of at least 5 people. The accused in this case, Sharat Reddy, Raghav Reddy, apart from that, the statement of one of the staffers of K. Kavita, Samir Mahendru's statements. All these statements become extremely important here because they were recorded under Section 50 of Prevention of Money Laundering Act, which means it is acting as an evidence for the Enforcement Directorate before the court. And in all these statements, these people, these individuals have taken name of Arvind Kejriwal as a co-conspirator. Second, they have alleged that Arvind Kejriwal had a meeting with Manish Sisodia, and the secretary of Manish Sisodia has given that particular statement that when the draft policy was being made, much before the excise policy came into existence, there was a meeting between Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal in presence of one of the excise department's officer. And that draft policy becomes important because it was shared with multiple shareholders, liquor businessmen, much before it came into existence. And the meeting was, according to Enforcement Directorate, to bring in a favorable excise policy so that multiple people, including the South Cartel, can benefit, headed by K. Kavita. The third is linking Arvind Kejriwal with the money trail. And this is extremely important because, Shiv, you know, it is a money laundering investigation. You have to establish money trail. Now, what they have alleged in the remand copy, that 100 crore rupees of advance bribe was given by South Cartel to Vijay Nair of Aam Aadmi Party, and the ultimate beneficiary was Aam Aadmi Party. And who is heading Aam Aadmi Party? That is Arvind Kejriwal. And where did that money go? That money in multiple parts was spent on the candidates of Aam Aadmi Party who fought Goa elections. So money trail has been established. So ED at this point of time is claiming that his arrest was completely legal. His arrest was based on the evidence and the amount of evidence they have presented before the court, which was presented yesterday also, based on which High Court decided not to give any protection to Arvind Kejriwal. On the same ground, they have asked for Arvind Kejriwal's custody, and they are very confident that they will be getting at least 6 to 7 days of custody by the court today.
Okay, so that order is expected shortly. The court has reserved its order. We're expecting that pronouncement any time now, and our reporters will be standing by. Just to speak about the political aspect and the reactions of what's happening on the ground, Polami, the Aam Aadmi Party, in some numbers had hit the streets this morning. We saw some pretty aggressive protests happening in Mohali and parts of Punjab. What is the Aam Aadmi Party planning to do now? Because it seems like some amount of custody could possibly be granted. 6 to 7 days at least is what Munish says. What is the Aam Aadmi Party planning to do? What kind of uncertainties exist?
Well, Well, the Aam Aadmi Party will have to take a serious call considering, at the end of the day, like you pointed out, and as Munish said, they are hoping that the Enforcement Directorate is hoping that they're going to get at least 6 to 7 days of custody. And they will, of course, seek eventually an extension of remand as well. Though, of course, when the ASG, Additional Solicitor General, was asked that question, he said, let's see what happens at the moment, of course. But the fact of the matter is they will have to plan in terms of the functioning of the government. Arvind Kejriwal, of course, doesn't have any portfolio per se. But the fact of the matter is that several files do reach the Chief Minister, and the Chief Minister has to sign off on various government orders and decisions as well. Can he be allowed to do the same? That is something which, of course, is a question that experts will have to answer, because at the end of the day, some of those jail rules prohibit any sort of use of phone, signing of files, etc. Now, as far as the party is concerned, they, of course, want to take this to the streets. They want to escalate this matter. It remains to be seen how many of the India Bloc members, of course, join the Aam Aadmi Party. Could there be a mega protest, which is a joint protest as well? For the moment, a multi-party delegation has reached Nirvachan Sadan in Delhi to complain to the Election Commission about how opposition parties are deliberately, allegedly being kept away from contesting the Lok Sabha elections. But the fact of the matter is, will they be able to take this to the electorate and keep the pressure on the central government and keep, making the argument that this is a death of democracy, as they've been alleging? It remains to be seen how that pans out on the ground, because they'll have to keep that momentum up. Today, you saw them protest for a few hours at the ITO before, of course, they were detained by the police.
Very interesting. Polami and Munish, continue to be with me, because that order is expected shortly. I'll be going to Amit, my colleague, outside the Chief Minister's residence also in just a moment. But before that, let me bring our viewers this report to update you on everything that's happening. This is what you're looking at playing out right now on your screens, is literally the biggest escalation in the Delhi liquor case. What the media calls liquor gate. Kejriwal, the Enforcement Directorate has labelled as the kingpin in the Delhi liquor scam. That's how they've described him in court. But in the first reaction after his arrest, Arvind Kejriwal said, and I quote, "Mera jeevan desh ke liye hai, chahe bahar rahun ya andar." I am for the country, whether it is inside jail or outside. This is what his first words were after his dramatic arrest last night. Take a look at everything that has happened since last night.
मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर।
Kejriwal is the kingpin of the Delhi liquor scam. It's how the ED described the Chief Minister as the agency argued for his custody in the Rouse Avenue Court of Judge Kaveri Baweja on Friday. Alleging a money trail, the ED claimed transactions of 6.5 lakh rupees and 5.5 lakh rupees took place on two separate occasions. The agency claimed Aap transferred 45 crore rupees via Hawala to Goa for fighting state elections. The ED claims the money was transferred to Goa via 4 different routes. Making explosive allegations, the agency claimed Kejriwal sought kickbacks from the South Group. The ED alleged it was Kejriwal who asked BRS MLC K. Kavita to work with him on the excise policy. It stated that AAP's communication in charge Vijay Nair was working closely with Kejriwal and acted as a middleman with the South Group. Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju represented the ED in the court. Arguing for Kejriwal, senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi questioned why the ED needed custody of Kejriwal if it already has proof. Singhvi said the credibility of accused who has turned approvers was zero. He said for the first time, all top leaders of a party have been placed under arrest before elections, and added that free and fair elections are part of the basic structure of the constitution. Kejriwal could be facing a long legal battle. Other top AAP leaders like Manish Sisodia and Sanjay Singh, arrested in the same case, have been languishing in jail for months now. With Munish Pandey and Nalini Sharma, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now remember, Team Kejriwal is seeking a rejection of Arvind Kejriwal's remand that has been sought by the Enforcement Directorate. In its defense, led by Congress veteran Abhishek Manu Singhvi, It is being argued that the current situation is a clear instance of malice, questioning the necessity of custodial interrogation of a sitting Chief Minister. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, the lawyer defending Arvind Kejriwal, claims that the remand should be only considered if Kejriwal is found guilty of any offence. They've also told court that no evidence has been offered. Well, Singhvi also dismissed the credibility of the accused turned approvers, highlighting the unusual nature of top party leaders being arrested in this manner. He has advocated for a level playing field in legal proceedings and asserted that the power of arrest should align with the actual need for it. Now, the Enforcement Directorate and Kejriwal's lawyers have also been accusing one another of playing to the gallery. Remember, this entire case has been playing out in the harsh glare of public scrutiny and the media. Obviously, we can't show you what's happening in court, but we're relating to you everything that is happening because our reporters are on the inside. I want to take you now. Okay, let's play out first what Abhishek Manu Singhvi has said.
Sir, ED has called him the Kingpin of this scam. How do you respond to this?
What I have to say, I've said in court. I don't want to engage on cameras. Sorry, thanks a lot.
My colleague Amit Bhardwaj is at Arvind Kejriwal's official residence in the national capital. Amit, solidarity by India Alliance members, including the Congress party, Rahul offering legal support to Arvind Kejriwal, India Alliance delegation approaching the Nirvachan Sadan, the Election Commission today to protest against the manner in which he's been, arrested. Take us through that aspect of how this has played out. The opposition unity galvanizing around Kejriwal at this time.
Shiv, India Alliance has seen this happen in case of Hemant Soren. He got arrested from Raj Niwas in Jharkhand, and after that, the India bloc had come in solidarity together on Twitter. But this time around, things have changed a lot. It was a last-moment call taken by the top leaders of several other parties as well. Sources in Aam Aadmi Party, TMC, and Congress as well confirmed me that a delegation will be going to the Election Commission at 5 p.m. today, and we saw that happening as well. The top leaders of different political parties coming together, questioning the arrest of a national convener of a national party when the model code of conduct has been imposed in the country right now. So that is the central ground, and they'll be also saying, look, this is not the first time an arrest of this sort is happening. Opposition Chief Minister from Jharkhand has been already arrested. So there's no level playing ground as far as the elections are concerned. That's going to be the argument, or that's at least what has been the thinking process, the thought process in the India bloc while approaching the Election Commission. I'd asked Bhagwant Mann as well about the further strategy on this particular issue. Bhagwant Mann told me that he'll be participating in India bloc meeting, which is to happen later today, or maybe the timing of that will be decided as well. So, and he'll be taking charge of negotiations in India bloc. But this is the opportunity that the India bloc as well as AAP will want to exploit as much as possible to generate emotional factor in the elections. Back to you.
But Amit, are we going to see a bigger display of political unity and strength on the streets? We've seen some of those pictures from this morning. We've seen some of it in Mohali and parts of Punjab. Is this going to become a larger show of strength? And I mean a visible show of strength, not on social media, not just an election commission, but a bigger kind of demonstration.
Shiv, these are steps. Number one was a social media solidarity, all top leaders coming together, voicing their objection to Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. That has been done. A delegation has gone to the Election Commission of India. That's done as well. Now a united protest is the need for India Alliance, and we have seen that happening in bits and chunks. Congress protesting in Maharashtra, DMK protesting in Tamil Nadu, AITC coming in support of Arvind Kejriwal in West Bengal, and Aam Aadmi Party obviously protesting in solidarity of Arvind Kejriwal and protesting against the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal in the streets of the national capital as well as Punjab. But what I'm given to understand that AAP's protest will escalate from tomorrow, from here on, and maybe in that India bloc meeting that I'm referring to, there could be a coordination about these protests as well. Back to you.
All right, Amit, thanks very much for getting us that latest update from outside the Chief Minister's residence. Remember, we're awaiting word from the Rouse Avenue Court on the remand of Arvind Kejriwal. That order has been reserved and it's expected to be out in about 15-20 minutes from now is what we're told. So we're waiting on that. As soon as we get that information, we'll break that for you. But before that, while we wait, the politics around Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, a bit of it we've already shown you, has really set the tone, set the mood, set the agenda for the opposition in some ways on the road to 2024. The late night arrest of the Delhi Chief Minister following his questioning and searches at his residence has raised, as you can easily expect, a big political storm. Kejriwal was arrested by the ED in connection with that liquor policy. While the Aam Aadmi Party claims vendetta, the BJP has counter-attacked the Aam Aadmi Party, saying justice has been done for indulging in corruption. Take a look at the politics around the arrest of Kejriwal.
Hours after his dramatic arrest on Thursday night in the Delhi liquor policy case, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal was produced in the Rouse Avenue Court in Delhi. The arrest has sparked a political showdown. Massive protests took place in the national capital with many AAP leaders, including Delhi and Punjab ministers, getting detained. The AAP leadership accused the Narendra Modi government of targeting AAP leaders and trying to finish off the opposition.
आज आम आदमी पार्टी के नंबर 1, नंबर 2, नंबर 3, नंबर 4, नंबर 5 के सारे नेताओं को झूठे आरोपों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित केंद्र सरकार और उनके पॉलिटिकल हथियार एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टोरेट ने गिरफ्तार कर लिया है।
गिरफ्तारियां होती रही हैं राजनीति के अंदर। अंग्रेज़ों के ज़माने में भी गिरफ्तारियां हुआ करती थी, मगर जिस मानवीयता का अंग्रेज़ भी ध्यान रखते थे, सब देशों के अंदर जो न्यूनतम मानवीय मूल्य हैं, मिनिमम ह्यूमैनिटी है, उसका भी ध्यान नहीं रखा जा रहा।
The India bloc rallied behind the Delhi Chief Minister. Many opposition members came out in support of Kejriwal, alleging misuse of central agencies.
This is just unfortunately part of a process whereby democratic institutions in this country have gradually been eroded to the point where they almost now cease to exist. Now whether the country realizes the risk and the threat that our democracy faces or not, time will tell.
और एक नहीं 2 बार दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री बने और दिल्ली के लोगों ने उनको इतना प्यार विश्वास दिखाया और इतना अच्छा काम वो कर रहे थे। और ये जो पूरा आप देख रहे हैं जिस तरह से लोकतंत्र की हत्या आज हो रही है, ऐसे लग रहा है ये घोषित नहीं हुई है, एक अघोषित इमरजेंसी देश में।
The BJP tore into the opposition, bringing out old videos of Congress leaders seeking an investigation against AAP leaders in the liquor policy scam.
केजरीवाल ने कांग्रेस को हराने के लिए, कांग्रेस को नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए केजरीवाल ने 100 करोड़ का स्कैम किया है और इनको कोई नैतिक अधिकार, केजरीवाल और इनके मंत्रियों को जो जिनका नाम इसमें है, चाहे वो मनीष सिसोदिया, चाहे सत्येंद्र जैन को, इनको कोई नैतिक अधिकार नहीं है कि अपनी कुर्सी पे एक सेकंड भी और रह जाएं।
The BJP vehemently defended Arvind Kejriwal's arrest by agencies.
He's trying to run away from the agencies who are investigating into the corrupt practices of the Aam Aadmi Party and the liquor scam. He is not above law. He has to answer all the queries of the probe agencies. Where he did not cooperate with the probe agencies, now he is being arrested.
आम आदमी पार्टी नाटक नौटंकी करने में लगी है। Should there be an investigation, a fair investigation on allegations that are serious? Or should there be high drama, high voltage drama on allegations that are serious? This is for the people of Delhi and this is for the people of the country to decide.
They also mocked Kejriwal by releasing a poster and an undated video of the Delhi CM speaking about corruption.
कल को अगर मनीष सिसोदिया चोरी करेंगे तो मनीष सिसोदिया केजरीवाल का कुछ नहीं लगता, उसको जेल जाना पड़ेगा। कल को अगर कोई हमारा मंत्री चोरी करेगा, ये मेरे कोई सगे नहीं लगते, इनको जेल जाना पड़ेगा। कल को कोई हमारा विधायक चोरी करेगा, कोई हमारा सगा नहीं लगता, उनको जेल जाना पड़ेगा। और मनीष, कल को अगर मैं चोरी करूंगा तो मैं भी तुम्हारा सगा नहीं लगता, मेरे को भी जेल जाना पड़ेगा।
The arrest of Kejriwal just ahead of the Lok Sabha elections poses a big challenge for AAP. With its top leaders in jail and no clear hierarchy, Kejriwal's party could be battling for survival. Bureau Report, India Today.
हमने क्या कहा? पहली
पेंडिंग अरविंद केजरीवाल, अभिषेक मनु सिंह भी स्पीकिंग. लेट्स लिसन इन.
व्यापक मुद्दा है. ये सिर्फ एक व्यक्ति या व्यक्ति विशेष या पार्टी विशेष का मुद्दा नहीं है. ये मुद्दा आयोग के तीनों नवगठित चुनाव आयोग और उनके सभी अफसर थे. मैं संक्षिप्त में बता दूं आपको कि हमने क्या कहा. पहली बात कि ये बहुत ही गंभीर और व्यापक मुद्दा है. ये सिर्फ एक व्यक्ति या व्यक्ति विशेष या पार्टी विशेष का मुद्दा नहीं है कि अगर कोई भी संवैधानिक संशोधन मूल ढांचे के विरुद्ध है तो संवैधानिक संशोधन भी असंवैधानिक करार किया जा सकता है. अब इसको हमने कैसे पक्ष रखा? जब आप इस प्रकार की चुनाव के लिए जो एक समतल जमीन आवश्यक है, अति आवश्यक है, अनिवार्य है, समतल जमीन, उस समतल जमीन को आप बदल देते हैं, उसको समतल नहीं रहने देते हैं दुरुपयोग करके एजेंसीज द्वारा, तो उसका सीधा दुष्प्रभाव पड़ता है स्वतंत्र निष्पक्ष चुनाव पर, फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शंस. उसका सीधा दुष्प्रभाव आगे पड़ता है गणतंत्र लोकतंत्र पे, डेमोक्रेसी. और स्वतंत्र निष्पक्ष चुनाव या लोकतंत्र गणतंत्र दोनों, उच्चतम न्यायालय ने केशवानंद भारती के समय से कहा है, बार बार कहा है, मूल ढांचे के एक अभिन्न अंग हैं. तो जब आप समतल जमीन को बदल देते हैं, नॉन समतल बना देते हैं दुरुपयोग करके एजेंसीज का, तो आप सीधा उस मूल ढांचे पे प्रहार कर रहे हैं, असंवैधानिक गैर कानूनी प्रहार. ये एक मूल मुद्दा है और इसके लिए सबसे बड़ा पुलिसमैन इस समतल जमीन का संविधान ने बनाया है, चुनाव आयोग को बनाया है. सिर्फ कोई स्टैट्यूटरी गठित संस्था नहीं है, ये संवैधानिक संस्था है. तो हमने उनको उनके उत्तरदायित्व की याद दिलाई और कहा कि आप बेझिझक होकर इस मामले में हस्तक्षेप करें. दूसरा पहलू हमने बड़ा रोचक रखा उनके सामने. हमने उदाहरण तो दिए, अभी मैं 2-3 दूंगा. स्वतंत्र भारत के 75 वर्ष के इतिहास में कई सरकारें आई हैं. उसका रंग ये भी हो सकता है, ये भी हो सकता है, ये भी हो सकता है. इसी सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी की सरकारें पहले आई हैं, लेकिन 75 वर्ष में कभी भी चुनाव के बिल्कुल शुरू में, चुनाव के आसपास एजेंसीज का दुरुपयोग ऐसे कभी नहीं हुआ. 75 वर्ष में पहली बार एक पदासीन मुख्यमंत्री को कल रात को गिरफ्तार किया गया, पहली बार. कुछ हफ्तों पहले एक मुख्यमंत्री को मजबूर करके हटा के उसको गिरफ्तार किया गया. विपक्ष की बहुत बड़ी पार्टी, 125 साल से ज्यादा पुरानी पार्टी कांग्रेस के 94, 95, 96 के अकाउंट्स के विषय में 150 करोड़ से ज्यादा फ्रीज हुआ है. हमारे माननीय कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष, पूर्व कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष सबने अभी आपके समक्ष 2 दिन पहले इस पर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस भी की है. अभी हमको बता रहे हमारे मित्र लेफ्ट के, येचुरी जी खड़े मेरे साथ, उनको भी वैसे ही नोटिस आए हैं. तीसरा पहलू, हमने एक सूची दी 11 और हाल के रीसेंट उदाहरण. पुराने उदाहरण तो सैकड़ों हैं. वो 11 के 11 एनसीपी से लेकर, टीएमसी से लेकर, कांग्रेस से लेकर विपक्ष के हर पार्टी पे है जहां पर एजेंसीज का दुरुपयोग हुआ है, गिरफ्तारी हुई है. लेकिन एक भी उदाहरण नहीं है सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी का. ये कौन सी जादुई पुड़िया खाई है सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी ने कि हर अच्छाई वहां है, हर बुराई यहां है, या सिर्फ बुराई दिखती यहां पर है? अगर बुराई वहां है तो दिखती नहीं है. वॉशिंग मशीन का तो उदाहरण आपने बहुत सुन लिया है. लेकिन ये समतल जमीन की मूल ढांचे को प्रहार करता है. हमने 11 लिखित और उसके अलावा 14 उदाहरण दिए हैं अभी चुनाव आयोग ने। तीसरा पक्ष ये है कि अगर कुछ गलती भी हुई है तो आपने कहीं ये नहीं दिखाया कि अभी इसी वक्त एजेंसीज की रेड आवश्यक है, अभी इसी वक्त इनकी गिरफ्तारी आवश्यक है। अरे भाई, अगर कोई नोटिस या कोई कार्रवाई 2023 से चल रही है तो आप 2 महीने और नहीं रुक सकते? आपको तो कार्रवाई करनी है, आप करिए।
And coming up after this very short break, we're waiting on Arvind Kejriwal's remand and what happens in court now that Kejriwal is under arrest and the order has been reserved. The big question is what next for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party? Who runs the government? We'll get you some sense on that. That's next.
Elections, the heartbeat of the world's largest democracy, covered by the political journalist with nearly 4 decades of experience. The man who understands the pulse of the nation. Join India's ultimate newsman.
I will decode the complex political chess game that's at the heart of Indian democracy.
Elections Unlocked with Rajdeep Sardesai. Maximum analysis on the Maximum channel.
छह महीने से 9 सम्मन आपको दिए गए, एक भी सम्मन का अरविंद केजरीवाल ने जवाब नहीं दिया। क्यों भाई, आप कानून से ऊपर हैं क्या? तो जब ये आप कहते हैं ना विंडिक्टिव पॉलिटिक्स हो रही है, तो आप कानून का अपमान करते हैं, माननीय न्यायालय का अपमान करते हैं। कानून का सम्मान कीजिए और कानून के तहत जो कुछ भी होगा उसको स्वीकार करिए। इस तरह की बयानबाजी करके एक माहौल जो बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, दिल्ली की जनता बहुत समझदार है।
It is unfortunate. It is not good at this time of. There was no hurry to arrest a sitting chief minister. It is very unfortunate for a democratic setup.
He's not the first opposition leader to face this. Some weeks ago, the sitting chief minister of Jharkhand, he was also in a similar position. His deputy chief minister was arrested last year, I think it was, and others also. This is just unfortunately part of a process whereby democratic institutions in this country have gradually been eroded to the point where they almost now cease to exist. Now whether the country realizes the risk and the threat that our democracy faces or not, time will tell.
मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर।
Kejriwal is the kingpin of the Delhi liquor scam. Alleging a money trail, the ED claimed transactions of 6.5 lakh rupees and 5.5 lakh rupees took place on 2 separate occasions. The agency claimed Aap transferred 45 crore rupees via Hawala to Goa for fighting state elections. The ED claims the money was transferred to Goa via 4 different routes. Making explosive allegations, the agency claimed Kejriwal sought kickbacks from the South Group. The ED alleged it was Kejriwal who asked BRS MLC K. Kavita to work with him on the excise policy. It stated that AAP's communication in charge Vijay Nair was working closely with Kejriwal and acted as a middleman with the South Group. Additional Solicitor General S.P. Raju represented the ED in the court. Arguing for Kejriwal, senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi questioned why the ED needed custody of Kejriwal if it already has proof. Singhvi said the credibility of accused who has turned approvers was zero. He said for the first time, all top leaders of a party have been placed under arrest before elections and added that free and fair elections are part of the basic structure of the constitution. Kejriwal could be facing a long legal battle. Other top AAP leaders like Manish Sisodia and Sanjay Singh, arrested in the same case, have been languishing in jail for months now. With Munish Pandey and Nalini Sharma, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The Delhi Chief Minister's arrest may have caught the Aam Aadmi Party off guard, but not quite. Because remember, the Aam Aadmi Party has been warning about this arrest for many weeks and months together. The party claims that Kejriwal is not planning to resign, however, as Delhi Chief Minister. So the big question is, what next for Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi government itself? Here's what we know.
Finally, in
क्या आपका तेल रिफाइंड है या अनरिफाइंड? और कभी आपने सोचा इस रिफाइनमेंट प्रोसेस में होता क्या है? पर आप सिर्फ मेरी मत सुनिए, खुद रिसर्च करके देख लीजिए, फिर आप खुद ही ट्राई करेंगे। टाटा सिंपली बेटर कोल्ड प्रेस्ड ऑयल्स, द सिंपली बेटर चॉइस।
Can't sleep? इसीलिए ये मैट्रेस नहीं। Get the Sleep Company mattress, India's only patented smart grid technology with 2,500 plus air channels that keeps you cool. There's softness that relaxes pressure points and firmness that supports your back. Visit our nearest store now.
तो अरविंद केजरीवाल को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए या नहीं देना चाहिए?
As it turns out, Kejriwal is not planning to resign after the ED's actions on Thursday.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री थे, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री हैं और दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे। हमने शुरू से स्पष्ट किया है कि अगर जरूरत पड़ेगी तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जेल से सरकार चलाएंगे।
The law allows a state chief minister to govern while awaiting trial. No legal barriers until a CM is convicted and disqualified. Experts state that an imprisoned chief minister awaiting trial can access official privileges, including making official calls and accessing documents. However, challenges arise for Kejriwal due to Delhi's status not being that of a full-fledged state. If advised by the Lieutenant Governor, the President can relieve Kejriwal of his CM duties. If he remains in office, files that would usually go through the Delhi Chief Minister to the LG will need to find an alternative route. A minister may need to lead cabinet meetings that must be held in person. Kejriwal won't be able to conduct in-person meetings for state government transfers and appointments. In essence, technical challenges could impede Kejriwal's ability to operate as Chief Minister while running the government from jail. With Kumar Kunal, Bureau Report, India Today.
And Akshita Nandagopal takes the story forward on the other side of this very short break on 6 p.m. Prime. Remember, we're waiting on the order on Arvind Kejriwal. The court is expected to deliver its order on Kejriwal's remand with the Enforcement Directorate anytime now. Will it be 6-7 days? Will it be 10 days? Will it be more? That is what we're waiting on. Akshita breaks that.
The thinking process, the thought process in the India bloc while approaching the Election Commission. I'd asked Bhagwant Mann as well about the further strategy on this particular issue. Bhagwant Mann told me that he'll be participating in India bloc meeting, which is to happen later today, or maybe the timing of that will be decided as well. So, and
Yes.
he'll be taking charge of negotiations in India bloc. But this is the opportunity that the India bloc as well as AAP will want to, exploit as much as possible to generate emotional factor in the elections. Back to you.
But Amit, are we going to see a bigger, display of political unity and strength on the streets? We've seen some of those pictures from this morning. We've seen some of it in Mohali and parts of Punjab. Is this going to become a larger show of strength? And I mean a visible show of strength, not on social media, not just an election commission, but a bigger kind of demonstration.
Shiv, these are steps. Number one was a social media solidarity, all top leaders coming together, voicing their objection to Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. That has been done. A delegation has gone to the Election Commission of India. That's done as well. Now a united protest is the need for India Alliance, and we have seen that happening in bits and chunks. Congress protesting in Maharashtra, DMK protesting in Tamil Nadu, AITC coming in support of Arvind Kejriwal in West Bengal, and Aam Aadmi Party obviously protesting in solidarity of Arvind Kejriwal and protesting against the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal in the streets of the national capital as well as Punjab. But what I'm given to understand that AAP's protest will escalate from tomorrow, from here on, and maybe in that India bloc meeting that I'm referring to, there could be a coordination about these protests as well. Back to you.
All right. Amit, thanks very much for getting us that latest update from outside the Chief Minister's residence. Remember, we're awaiting word from the Rouse Avenue Court on the remand of Arvind Kejriwal. That order has been reserved and it's expected to be out in about 15-20 minutes from now is what we're told. So we're waiting on that. As soon as we get that information, we'll break that for you. But before that, while we wait, the politics around Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, a bit of it we've already shown you, has really set the tone, set the mood, set the agenda for the opposition in some ways on the road to 2024. The late night arrest of the Delhi Chief Minister following his questioning and searches at his residence has raised, as you can easily expect, a big political storm. Kejriwal was arrested by the ED in connection with that liquor policy. While the Aam Aadmi Party claims vendetta, the BJP has counter-attacked the Aam Aadmi Party, saying justice has been done for indulging in corruption. Take a look at the politics around the arrest of Kejriwal.
Hours after his dramatic arrest on Thursday night in the Delhi liquor policy case, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal was produced in the Rouse Avenue Court in Delhi. The arrest has sparked a political showdown. Massive protests took place in the national capital with many AAP leaders, including Delhi and Punjab ministers, getting detained. The AAP leadership accused the Narendra Modi government of targeting AAP leaders and trying to finish off the opposition.
आज आम आदमी पार्टी के नंबर 1, नंबर 2, नंबर 3, नंबर 4, नंबर 5 के सारे नेताओं को झूठे आरोपों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित केंद्र सरकार और उनके पॉलिटिकल हथियार एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टोरेट ने गिरफ्तार कर लिया है।
गिरफ्तारियां होती रही हैं राजनीति के अंदर, अंग्रेज़ों के ज़माने में भी गिरफ्तारियां हुआ करती थी, मगर जिस मानवीयता का अंग्रेज़ भी ध्यान रखते थे, सब देशों के अंदर जो न्यूनतम मानवीय मूल्य हैं, मिनिमम ह्यूमैनिटी है, उसका भी ध्यान नहीं रखा जा रहा।
The India bloc rallied behind the Delhi Chief Minister. Many opposition members came out in support of Kejriwal, alleging misuse of central agencies.
This is just unfortunately part of a process whereby democratic institutions in this country have gradually been eroded to the point where they almost now cease to exist. Now whether the country realizes the risk and the threat that our democracy faces or not, time will tell.
और एक नहीं दो बार दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री बने और दिल्ली के लोगों ने उनको इतना प्यार विश्वास दिखाया और इतना अच्छा काम वो कर रहे थे। और ये जो पूरा आप देख रहे हैं जिस तरह से लोकतंत्र की हत्या आज हो रही है, ऐसे लग रहा है ये घोषित नहीं हुई है, एक अघोषित इमरजेंसी देश में।
The BJP tore into the opposition, bringing out old videos of Congress leaders seeking an investigation against AAP leaders in the liquor policy scam.
केजरीवाल ने कांग्रेस को हराने के लिए, कांग्रेस को नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए केजरीवाल ने 100 करोड़ का स्कैम किया है और इनको कोई नैतिक अधिकार, केजरीवाल और इनके मंत्रियों को जो जिनका नाम इसमें है, चाहे वो मनीष सिसोदिया, चाहे सत्येंद्र जैन को, इनको कोई नैतिक अधिकार नहीं है कि अपनी कुर्सी पे एक सेकंड भी और रह जाएं।
The BJP vehemently defended Arvind Kejriwal's arrest by agencies.
He's trying to run away from the agencies who are investigating into the corrupt practices of the Aam Aadmi Party and the liquor scam. He is not above law. He has to answer all the queries of the probe agencies. Where he did not cooperate with the probe agencies, now he is being arrested.
आम आदमी पार्टी
Aam Aadmi Party claims Kejriwal is and will be Chief Minister.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री थे, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री हैं और दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे। अगर जरूरत पड़ेगी तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जेल से सरकार चलाएंगे।
Amidst protests and politics,
2013 में जो प्रश्न अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने पूछा था कि भ्रष्ट लोग जेल कब जाएंगे, मिस्टर केजरीवाल, people are going to jail and if you are corrupt, people will continue to go to jail.
Who will rule Delhi now? The big Kejriwal arrest fallout, the big focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nantagopal, and this evening we're continuing our non-stop focus and coverage of Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister's arrest. In any time now, we're going to be getting in an update from the court on Kejriwal's remand. He's currently in the Rouse Avenue Court, the PMLA court, and a decision will be given, an order will be pronounced of whether Kejriwal is going to be remanded to further custody or not. The Enforcement Directorate seeking 10 days of Arvind Kejriwal's custody, calling him the Kingpin of the liquor scam. We're going to be getting you all the updates on that. Let's begin with the headlines. Arvind Kejriwal presented in PMLA court. ED seeks Delhi Chief Minister's custodial interrogation, calls him the Kingpin of Liquorgate. Kejriwal says his life is dedicated to the nation.
मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर।
AAP and other India bloc parties approach Election Commission against Kejriwal's arrest. BJP says Delhi seems arrogance has been shattered, accuses AAP of creating drama. Big setback for Congress. Delhi High Court dismisses party pleas against tax reassessment proceedings. No BJP-BJD alliance in Odisha. BJP ends all speculation. Odisha State Chief says they will fight solo on all 21 Lok Sabha seats. Prime Minister Modi kicks off two-day Bhutan tour. Modi receives grand royal welcome, also honoured with Bhutan's highest civilian honour. And defending champions Chennai Super Kings will host Royal Challengers Bangalore in the opener of season 17 of the Indian Premier League today. And we're standing by for the order from Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court on whether Arvind Kejriwal will be remanded to ED custody or not. There have been heated arguments in court from both sides, with Abhishek Manu Singhvi representing Arvind Kejriwal, the ED counsel also calling Kejriwal the kingpin of the Delhi liquor gate. And now the Rouse Avenue Court, just about 30 minutes ago, reserved its order. It's expected that any time now, the court will make clear on whether Arvind Kejriwal will remain in ED custody or not. The Enforcement Directorate, while giving details of Kejriwal's alleged involvement in this case, has sought 10 days of his custody. So let's see how exactly that plays out. Paulami Saha is joining us live from outside court, from outside the Rouse Avenue Court. We also have Munish Pandey, who's tracking the agencies for us. Paulami, if I can come across to you first. Good evening. Take it away. What's happening in court? What time is the order expected?
Well, Akshita, we're still standing by for that order, which has been reserved by Judge Kaveri Baveja. We, of course, saw heated arguments as far as both the counsels for the Enforcement Directorate and Arvind Kejriwal were concerned. Arvind Kejriwal, of course, was represented by Abhishek Manu Singhvi as well as Advocate Vikram Chaudhary. In court, Ramesh Gupta as well rose to speak for him, which is when, of course, the ED objected as to how many lawyers had the accused got in order to represent him in a court. The Enforcement Directorate, of course, opened their arguments in court today, of course, seeking 10 days remand of Arvind Kejriwal for custodial interrogation. And they've basically stated that they've been able to establish the money trail, that Arvind Kejriwal is a kingpin of the scam. They have been able to establish the money trail basis chats that they have seen and, corroborated CDR records as well. They have backtracked the money which they believe were kickbacks that were given to the Delhi government in order to seek favours from them as far as the Delhi excise policy was concerned by the what is referred to as the South Group or the South Cartel. And then that money was funneled through the Hawala route to candidates of the Aam Aadmi Party who were contesting the Goa Assembly elections. One of those candidates has been cited and a statement has been cited by the Enforcement Directorate as well. As well, of course, the statements that have been made by Sharath Reddy and Raghav Magunda Reddy as well. Abhishek Manu Singhvi said that you need to establish a causal link between the fact that you believe that there is a reason to arrest him and then there is material evidence. That link hasn't been established. Simply to be able to establish the money trail, you cannot seek custodial interrogation. And very importantly, what he's pointed out is that in the first time in the history of elections, we're seeing that a sitting Chief Minister has been arrested by a central agency that appears that
Singhvi did in fact hint at political conspiracy. That message was very clear in court as well. Let me bring in Munish Pandey also on this broadcast. Munish tracks the Enforcement Directorate very closely. Today's hearing was also crucial to see what arguments the ED puts forth, Munish, and what they believe is Arvind Kejriwal's role in this entire scam. And for the first time, they've come out and actually called him the kingpin in this entire case.
Absolutely, Akshita. And in today's argument, what was important that apart from the statements which were recorded by the Enforcement Directorate of the accused like Sharath Reddy, Arun Pillai, the statement of Raghav Reddy, who has turned approver in this case, the important part was the money trail, because here this is a money laundering investigation which the Enforcement Directorate is conducting, and they very well know that till the time they are not linking Arvind Kejriwal or Arvind Kejriwal's role with the proceeds of crime, till that time the case will not be in their favor. And that is why they brought in the Goa part, because for the first time in this entire investigation, ED mentioned this before the court that there were candidates who fought elections on behalf of Aam Aadmi Party in Goa elections, and those candidates have given statement to the Enforcement Directorate saying that they received cash amount from Aam Aadmi Party. And according to Enforcement Directorate, that cash amount was nothing but the proceeds of crime generated by the Aam Aadmi Party through this excise policy. Now that 100 crore of rupees came from the South cartel, and then it was used in the Goa elections. Now why Arvind Kejriwal has become important? Because he is the convener of the party. He is someone, according to Enforcement Directorate, who played crucial part in the conspiracy, and he is the one who now ED is leveling as the kingpin. So money trail they have established. They have established the technical evidence as far as the phone conversation with one of the accused, Samir Mahendru, with Arvind Kejriwal is concerned. They have connected Arvind Kejriwal through the statements which were recorded by the Enforcement Directorate during the investigation of this case. And ED, according to sources, they are very confident that they will be getting custody of Arvind Kejriwal based on the evidence they have gathered during the probe of last 2 years.
All right, Munish, Paul, me request both of you to stay with me. We're on standby, of course, for the pronouncement of the order from the Rouse Avenue Court in the national capital. So we'll track that very, very closely. In the meanwhile, let's also talk about the political repercussions of what's played out right now in the last 24 hours in Delhi. The midnight arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. It's been a long time coming, at least if you listen to the kind of reactions that have come in from the Aam Aadmi Party. For the last many weeks, including Mr. Kejriwal himself, they've said that he's going to be arrested very, very soon by the agencies. Now, despite that, the Aam Aadmi Party has maintained that Arvind Kejriwal will remain the Chief Minister. Even if he goes to jail, even if he's behind bars, he will call the shots from there and continue to run Delhi. But can really Kejriwal run a government from jail? How practical is it? What is the AAP strategy really going forward? Why are they taking the stand that nobody else will take over? Kejriwal will remain the Chief Minister. We decode that for you in our next report.
Finally in custody. But the Delhi Chief Minister's arrest may not have caught his Aam Aadmi Party off guard. Back in December, AAP initiated a campaign to gather public opinion on whether its leader should step down if arrested.
आम आदमी पार्टी ने 1 दिसंबर से 20 दिसंबर तक दिल्ली के अंदर सभी 2600 पोलिंग स्टेशंस पे मैं भी केजरीवाल सिग्नेचर कैंपेन चलाने का निर्णय लिया है। उनसे पूछा जाएगा कि क्या गिरफ्तारी अगर होती है तो अरविंद केजरीवाल को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए या नहीं देना चाहिए।
As it turns out, Kejriwal is not planning to resign after the ED's actions on Thursday.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री थे, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री हैं और दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे। हमने शुरू से स्पष्ट किया है कि अगर जरूरत पड़ेगी तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जेल से सरकार चलाएंगे।
The law allows a state chief minister to govern while awaiting trial. No legal barriers until a CM is convicted and disqualified. Experts state that an imprisoned chief minister awaiting trial can access official privileges, including making official calls and accessing documents. However, challenges arise for Kejriwal due to Delhi's status not being that of a full-fledged state. If advised by the Lieutenant Governor, the President can relieve Kejriwal of his CM duties. If he remains in office, files that would usually go through the Delhi Chief Minister to the LG will need to find an alternative route. A minister may need to lead cabinet meetings that must be held in person. Kejriwal won't be able to conduct in-person meetings for state government transfers and appointments. In essence, technical challenges could impede Kejriwal's ability to operate as Chief Minister while running the government from jail. With Kumar Kunal, Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's get you the first reaction that's coming in now from Kejriwal's wife. Sunita Kejriwal has taken to social media to put out a message to AAP supporters, to Kejriwal backers, saying clearly here that Prime Minister Modi has gotten your Chief Minister arrested. He's trying to crush everyone. This is sheer arrogance of power. It's a betrayal of the people of Delhi. Sunita Kejriwal in that social media post has gone on to say that your Chief Minister, referring to Kejriwal, has always stood with you, whether inside or outside in jail. His life is dedicated to the country. The public knows everything. This is the message that's come out from Sunita Kejriwal, in line with the message that Kejriwal gave, the very brief one that he gave in court, where he said that my life is dedicated to the country. Preeti Chaudhary is joining us with more on this. Preeti, first reaction from Kejriwal's wife, striking an emotional note, much like what Kejriwal did in court.
Well, yes, that's Sunita Kejriwal trying to connect with the cadre of the Aam Aadmi Party. Not the first time that we've seen Sunita Kejriwal come up on Twitter and back the Aam Aadmi Party. She's done this before as well. Even during Manish Sisodia arrest, she had tweeted. So, that's one side where Sunita Kejriwal is concerned. But, one thing that is very clear where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, they're going to continuously try and play on the sympathy card where Arvind Kejriwal's arrest or an impending arrest comes into question, because whether the remand is given to the ED, we'll know in just a short while from now. Having said that, if you've seen, there's now a pattern which is emerging, and you can read that very well, where you see the top leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party, including Bhagwant Mann, who held a press conference this afternoon, where constantly you will see the party speak of the ideology, or that Arvind Kejriwal is actually an idea, ek vichardhara hai. So you'll see that constant push. That's what the Aam Aadmi Party, the cadre, the top leadership will go big on, where they're going to try and push that narrative. And of course, where sympathy is concerned, you will see a lot of comments and statements like that coming in. Sunita Kejriwal, she did it in the case of Manish Sisodia as well. She's been vocal even when Sanjay Singh got arrested, and this time around stepping in and trying to connect with the cadre of the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that they have arrested your Chief Minister.
Yeah, Preeti, just a quick follow-up question. In lieu of Arvind Kejriwal being arrested, there were a lot of questions about what next, what happens to the Delhi government. And there was talk that maybe Sunita Kejriwal will jump in, maybe she will take over the reins from her husband.
Well, that was never in the offing. So at least the Aam Aadmi Party's top leadership will say that's been a figment of the imagination of possibly the BJP's IT cell. Sunita Kejriwal's name as Chief Minister was never a possibility. Right now, at least what the official stand of the Aam Aadmi Party is, Akshita, that Arvind Kejriwal will continue to run his government from jail, and now the ball will be in the LG's court. There's a model code of conduct which has kicked in. The LG, if the LG approaches and says that this is unconstitutional, that a Chief Minister, sitting Chief Minister, cannot run his government from jail. And there are logistical issues to that as well. You can't hold cabinet meetings in jail. It's not that entire cabinet is going to go to the Tihar jail if Arvind Kejriwal is in Tihar jail, and he'd be able to entertain that. So logistical matters aside, if the LG, Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, says that this is unconstitutional, it's creating a constitutional crisis, moots for president's rule, what then for the Aam Aadmi Party? Will the Aam Aadmi Party move in and replace Arvind Kejriwal with another leader? If so, who that leader will be? Because at least what we have been given to understand very clearly, there is no Sunita Kejriwal's name in the picture. And right now, what has been indicated is that there is no plan B. It's Arvind Kejriwal. Yeah. And plan B is Arvind Kejriwal. And if the LG moves, the indication one seems to get is that the Aam Aadmi Party is willing to go to court against what the LG says at the cost of president rule in Delhi.
All right, it'll be interesting to see what plays out. Essentially, the drama now in Delhi isn't going to end any time now. It's going to shift politically as well to what happens next in the national capital. Thanks very much, Preeti, for those details. Paulomi, I'll request you to stay on with me. We'll come back to you in just a bit. I first want to play out a report for our viewers on exactly what played out in court today, when you had the Enforcement Directorate describing Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal as the kingpin of the Delhi liquor scam as they're fighting for his custody in the Rouse Avenue court. The Enforcement Directorate is pushing for 10-day custody. They've claimed that Arvind Kejriwal directly sought kickbacks from the South cartel, the South group, which has, of course, several high-profile political names as well. And according to the Enforcement Directorate, it was Kejriwal who roped in K. Kavita, who asked her to work with him on this excise policy. The Enforcement Directorate has also claimed in court that this money was transferred to Goa for funding the AAP's election campaign via 4 different routes. Let's break it down for you in our next report.
मेरे जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर हो या बाहर।
Kejriwal is the kingpin of the Delhi liquor scam. It's how the ED described the Chief Minister as the agency argued for his custody in the Rouse Avenue court of Judge Kaveri Baveja on Friday. Alleging a money trail, the ED claimed transactions of 6.5 lakh rupees and 5.5 lakh rupees took place on 2 separate occasions. The agency claimed AAP transferred 45 crore rupees via Hawala to Goa for fighting state elections. The ED claims the money was transferred to Goa via 4 different routes. Making explosive allegations, the agency claimed Kejriwal sought kickbacks from the South group. The ED alleged it was Kejriwal who asked BRS MLC K. Kavita to work with him on the excise policy. It stated that AAP's communication in charge Vijay Nair was working closely with Kejriwal and acted as a middleman with the South group. Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju represented the ED in the court. Arguing for Kejriwal, senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi questioned why the ED needed custody of Kejriwal if it already has proof. Singhvi said the credibility of accused who has turned approvers was zero. He said for the first time, all top leaders of a party have been placed under arrest before elections and added that free and fair elections are part of the basic structure of the constitution. Kejriwal could be facing a long legal battle. Other top AAP leaders like Manish Sisodia and Sanjay Singh, arrested in the same case, have been languishing in jail for months now. With Munish Pandey and Nalini Sharma, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let me bring in Paulami Saha on this broadcast. She's been tracking very closely what's been playing out in court in light of these kind of allegations being made, Paulami. And it's for the first time that the Enforcement Directorate has actually named Kejriwal in this manner, whether it's calling him the kingpin or putting out the proof that they have supposedly in this particular case against Kejriwal, against the South group as they've called them. What really was Kejriwal's counsel's counter to this? What did Abhishek Manu Singhvi really pose as a counter to the allegations and the proof that the ED produced?
Well, what basically Abhishek Manu Singhvi said is that 80% of the people, he said, have not mentioned Arvind Kejriwal, have not said anything about having any sort of dealings with Arvind Kejriwal. And what he said was there is a barter system underway that the Enforcement Directorate seems to be conducting openly. He said that it seems, as he cited the case of Sharath Reddy, he cited the case of Raghav Magunta Reddy as well, the YSR MP's son, Magunta Srinivasulu Reddy's son as well, who was an accused, who was investigated and interrogated by the Enforcement Directorate in this case. He said it appears that first there are people and individuals who are picked up. They make statements. Those statements find no mention of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. They make one statement, they make 2 statements, still no mention of Arvind Kejriwal. They keep going back to court every time their remand is over and they are denied bail. And then, of course, it appears suddenly that they turn approver in the case, and the Enforcement Directorate, the next time that these individuals are taken to court, concedes bail, has no objection to the court granting them bail. So there is a barter system. He said that it appears now that approvers are being, in a sense, the accused, some of the accused are being turned into approvers in order to name certain individuals. And this is all politically motivated. He said an approver is an unworthy friend. So that was the larger argument that he was making, that there is no material evidence. And if you want to establish the money trail, why do you need custodial interrogation. You can ask him any questions. He will, make himself available and he'll answer those questions. You don't need to keep him in custody for the same.
All right, Paulami, thanks very much for summing up the arguments for us that played out in court. Sometime from now, we're expecting the order to be pronounced by the court on the ED seeking 10-day custody of Arvind Kejriwal. So we'll be tracking all those updates very, very closely here on India Today. I'm slipping into a short break. Coming up on the other side is a special impact feature. And we're standing by for the order from Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court on whether Arvind Kejriwal will be remanded to ED custody or not. There have been heated arguments in court from both sides, with Abhishek Manu Singhvi representing Arvind Kejriwal, the ED counsel also calling Kejriwal the kingpin of the Delhi liquor gate. And now the Rouse Avenue Court, just about 30 minutes ago, reserved its order. It's expected that any time now, the court will make clear on whether Arvind Kejriwal will remain in ED custody or not. The Enforcement Directorate, while giving details of Kejriwal's alleged involvement in this case, has sought 10 days of his custody. So let's see how exactly that plays out. Paulami Saha is joining us live from outside court, from outside the Rouse Avenue Court. We also have Munish Pandey, who's tracking the agencies for us. Paulami, if I can come across to you first. Good evening. Take it away. What's happening in court? What time is the order expected?
Well, Akshita, we're still standing by for that order, which has been reserved by Judge Kaveri Baveja. We, of course, saw heated arguments as far as both the counsels for the Enforcement Directorate and Arvind Kejriwal were concerned. Arvind Kejriwal, of course, was represented by Abhishek Manu Singhvi as well as Advocate Vikram Chaudhary. In court, Ramesh Gupta as well rose to speak for him, which is when, of course, the ED objected as to how many lawyers had the accused got in order to represent him in a court. The Enforcement Directorate, of course, opened their arguments in